back again for another interview today. You just got to try to schedule them when you can. And today I have with me Jelani. I should have asked him his name when I was in the little in the green room. I guess we can call it. I should have asked him, how to pronounce his name.
You're
But
good.
actually, I ran into contact with him. Actually, it was on Kim Dang's page, and it's kind of, I guess they call her, some people call her Kim Possible, and she does a lot of stuff with Chrome extensions and all that. And I was like, who's this guy? Because I looked at his profile, because obviously that's what I do. I'm pretty sure everybody else does it too. You see somebody you don't know, especially online, being interviewed by somebody, you'll go to the other person, the person you're not familiar with, you'll go to their profile and look it up. So I went to his profile, looked it up, I was like, worked at ClickFunnels. I was like, man, this guy used to work at ClickFunnels. Then you see he has his ClickFunnels hat on, giving Russell Brunson a free advertisement, so nothing wrong with that. He's got the hat on and the blue colors and everything. So yeah, but I just thought, his story was interesting as far as he used to work. I didn't listen to all of the interview, but I kind of went on his page and looked at some of the stuff. But I mean, we can get him on here, and actually, he can just tell his story of how he came up. Appreciate him coming on. I know he's a busy guy, and I think he used to train or still does train 2 Comma Club award winners. I don't know if that's accurate, correct or not, but I don't know. He can go into a story, but you can have the floor now. Just yeah. So just go ahead and tell some of your background, how you got started in online and all that stuff. So
Yeah, sure. I got into the internet marketing world about 2 or 3 years ago. I just started drop shipping. I used to work at a company that I hated, and I was looking at ways to make more money online. And I made money drop shipping, and I ran out of money. So I was looking for another job, and I saw that ClickFunnels was hiring. Um, and then I applied, and I got the job. So I worked my way up to what they call the VIP team, which is basically helping Russell Brunson's inner circle members. So I wasn't actually training them. I was actually just helping them with software issues. But through that, I was able to give them suggestions, I guess you could say, and kind of make sure they were going in the right direction. Um, so yeah, that's basically it. And I through that experience, I was able to gain a lot of information about funnels, about how ClickFunnels works, and I'm very well versed with ClickFunnels. Like I know it like the back of my hand. And because of that experience, I was introduced to a lot of ideas and a lot of people who are influential, and they've been really my fire underneath me to really do it, because the honest truth is anyone can do this. These people that you see in the group, Russell Brunson's Facebook group, and these people that have amazing stories, they're all regular people who followed the process, didn't give up, they were consistent, and they made it. Like they eventually found that one thing that worked. And that's the reality of it. So it made me really want to go out. So I stopped working at ClickFunnels January 1st. So I've been full time just working on my own stuff, like my my YouTube channel and my YouTube ads course that I've been developing.
wow, that's pretty interesting story that most people trying to get into ClickFunnels, and it's pretty interesting that you just got out of ClickFunnels. So you're pretty much kind of paving the path where everybody wants to go. So yeah, actually, this morning I was actually on YouTube, and you guys might hear a little feedback in my mic. I don't know. I was telling Jelani earlier that I just did. I mean, some of y'all were on the interview. I just had an interview with about an hour and a half long, and mic was fine, but all of a sudden, it kind of, went haywire or whatever. But it's no big deal. I mean, as long as you can hear me, you can hear what I'm saying, understand what I'm saying, So that's good. But yeah, actually this morning I was actually somewhere and I was scrolling through, actually looking at some YouTubes, and obviously, if you hit any of Russell Brunson's stuff, I mean, more than likely you're going to get retargeted. But this one ad that I had was actually an hour and a half. I mean, the ad was an hour and a half. It was Russell Brunson talking at the 10X conference. I guess it was last year. And I want to ask Jelani, how do you, well, first off, how do you do YouTube ads? Actually, you can just kind of spill off of this. I'm just going to give you a lot to digest, to talk about. But first off, how do you do YouTube ads? And then how do you get a long ad like that? Because most people don't have long ads. To get a longer ad, do you have to pay more money? or stuff like that. But you can just go ahead and
Yeah,
explain that.
sure. So YouTube ads work through AdWords. So Google owns YouTube. So if you have an AdWords account, you're able to essentially run ads and anyone can do it. Um, it is a little different than Facebook where they do a manual review process of the ads. So they're a little more strict on what you can post, but there is no time limit or anything like that. So anyone can run an ad. The shorter ads obviously just probably work a little bit better. So I'm assuming Russell's targeting people that already know who he is and have a little more like that's not their first interaction with them basically. So that can probably work. I don't know what ad it was, but I'm assuming that it was probably just something that was promoting something. I don't know what it was, but yeah. So there's no time limit, but as a general thumb, I put my ads normally like 3 to 5 minutes, um, and that just works for me. But there is no time limit, and anyone can do it. So if you have an AdWords account, you can just make an ad, run it, and see if it does well. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, I do have a 5-day challenge, so I can give you the link. But for anyone who wants to join to learn how to run YouTube ads, you can definitely do the challenge. But yeah,
That's pretty interesting because I know that especially being agency owners, because I have a lot of agency owners in my group. Well, obviously pretty much all agency owners and just starting out. I know a lot of people are telling them different ways to market or acquire clients, and even if they already have clients, there's different ways that they can actually help their clients. But most agencies are just doing as far as running ads for their clients and running ads for their self and developing clients. They're just pretty much doing Facebook, and you hear them throw in Instagram a little bit, and obviously they got SEO and they do Google
right.
ads. But I guess that would be part of, is that a part of the Google ads, the AdSense, as far as YouTube ads, or how does that work, or just the ads on the page? Is that different?
AdSense is like if you become a partner of YouTube, it's a separate thing. You get paid out. So like if people run ads on your channel and people click on the ad, then you get paid because it was on your channel, on your video. Um, so that's one thing. But then the ads part, like if you are actually running ads on other people's content or other people's videos, then that's where it would come. AdWords would come into play. So AdSense and AdWords are two different things. Um, but I mean, obviously you can make money from both. If you're partner with YouTube, you can have other people monetize on your channel, and then you can also run ads on other people's channels. So there's different ways you can target on YouTube ads. You can target based on specific videos. So like you can get a whole list of videos, and there's tools out there that allow you to like kind of scrape YouTube to see which videos are monetized, because you can only run ads on monetized videos. So you can make a list of videos that are monetized and then run your ads on those specific videos. You can run ads based on specific channels. So if you have, a list of channels that are in your niche, you can make an ad targeting those channels, and any videos on those specific channels your ad would be shown on those videos. Then you can target based off of keywords. So for example, if someone types in how to make money online, and you have an ad that's targeting those specific keywords, then that your ad would be shown for when someone typed that in. Um, those are the main ways. There's other ways you can do it. That's a little advanced, but I like keywords. That's just my thing. Just getting a list of keywords, seeing which keywords work, and then breaking them down and cutting the ones that are not getting me impressions or getting me conversions, and then just increasing the cost on, or just increasing the cost, but also um, scaling the keywords that are working in my favor.
So you pretty much do keywords. So in Facebook, they pretty much do like target audiences and stuff like that. Where you can target audience, you can target pages, you can target. Well, they kind of cut back some of the demographics and all that stuff. They restricted them. So
Yeah.
so I guess in YouTube, I know you say that you can target specific channels, but I mean, well, how are the demographics or how are I guess as far as targeting, what's the difference between targeting in Facebook and targeting in YouTube?
Yeah, it's a good question. So like you said, Facebook is all about interest targeting. So if someone's interested in ClickFunnels, right, you can target ClickFunnels as a whole and run ads to that specific group of people that are interested in that thing. Whereas on for YouTube, it's all about search intent. So I mean, the general idea is search intent, but you can also run ads to no search intent. So by search intent, I mean people who are searching specific things, or people who are going to specific channels, or watching specific videos. Um, you can target on YouTube based off of topics, and interests as well. So like on Facebook, you can only do interests, but on YouTube, you can say I want to target someone that is interested in cars, right? And then you can target that segment of people who have some type of interest in cars, and Google will figure that out based on the data that they've collected, because every single website on the web pretty much has a Google Analytics pixel, or like some type of connection to Google, where Google can, kind of scrape that data. And then we're able to use it as advertisers. We can target by age as well. Like on Facebook, you can target by if someone has a high school education, if someone doesn't have a high school education, if someone went to college, if someone's starting a business, or looking for information on how to start a business. So there's a lot of different ways that you can target, and it's a little, I would say it's more advanced than Facebook, because Facebook kind of limits on like what you can do. And I like YouTube because of the search intent factor, where I'm not randomly showing ads to people. I'm showing ads to people who are actually interested in what I'm talking about. So I'm not gonna, like, I can run an ad talking about Facebook ads on YouTube, and it will only show the ad to people who are either looking up Facebook ads, or have some type of interest in Facebook ads, right? And that will increase my conversions, because they're already looking for that thing. If that makes sense. Uh,
Yeah, that's that.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, no, go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting that you're saying that. Yeah, if you guys are on live now, hashtag live, hashtag replay, and you know what I say here, you know what the motto is here, you know why you guys are here. Always be moving, hashtag ABM. So this is pretty interesting that he is actually saying that, because a lot of people just talk about, well, you take your agency and then you just advertise on Facebook. So right now, I think somebody said that to acquire a client for an agent is maybe you spend about $50. So, I mean, in comparison to doing things on YouTube, do you think that the advertising on YouTube right now, because a lot of people aren't talking about it, so it's kind of like, where Facebook was maybe like 5 years ago or so, so, I mean, obviously this is pretty interesting that we're talking about YouTube ads, because I mean, like really not many people are talking about it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, what's the conversion rates? I mean, is it cheaper to run ads on YouTube in comparison to Facebook, or is this something agency owners need to be looking at?
Right. Yeah, good question. Yeah, definitely. I think people who are content creators, or people who have agencies, should definitely be looking into YouTube ads. So for example, I was asking people like a few days ago, or a week or two ago, I was trying to get some like information about webinars, because there's a lot of people who run webinars, and some agency owners might have clients that are running webinars. And the general consensus was you're paying about $4 to $7 per lead for a webinar registrant. And for me, I'm getting less than $3. So my costs are significantly less than if I were to go on Facebook. Obviously it depends on niche. Like I can't speak for, everyone's niche, and every niche is different. But from what I've seen, YouTube ads is less, like you said, because it's not saturated. There's not a lot of people who are comfortable with being on camera, and that's a misconception that you have to be on camera to run a YouTube ad. You don't. You can run YouTube ads without being on camera, but that's a block that people put themselves in. Like I have to be on camera, so I'm not going to run a YouTube ad, which gives us an advantage, right? Because less people on YouTube ads, the less the cost is. But you like I think it's worthwhile for agency owners to definitely take a peek, and definitely test it out. And if they are interested, there's coupons out there. So if you spend $25 on YouTube, they'll give you $100 in credit, just because they know that a lot of people are not, like, they're trying to get people in, because they know like a lot of people are not doing it. But yeah, no, it's definitely something people should look into, and the costs are lower from what I've seen. I can't speak for everyone, but from my experience, it's definitely lower.
Wow, you guys need to check this out, because obviously you said you had a course. Yeah, you can drop the link out in. I don't know if I said yes, yay or nay, but yeah, you can drop the link in I don't know. We can talk about that later, but I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, this is something that's interesting because it's kind of intriguing me. I want to buy the course. So that way I can figure out, what's going on. Because I mean, you just heard him say YouTube's giving people. I mean, if you pay $25, they're going to give you 100. So what? You get what? $125 in ads for $25,
Well, you
or how
get
does that work?
you spend 25 and then they credit you 100. So essentially you're getting 70. I
Well,
guess
yeah,
yeah, like I guess $100 free, I guess, essentially.
yeah,
Technically. But yeah, so they, you can test it out and see, if it's worthwhile. I mean, it depends. Again, it depends on the niche, depends on the video ad, obviously. Since I have some experience with it, like I know what works and like what works for me. Um, but it's definitely cool. It's interesting, and I think I'm betting that in the next few years, probably next year or two, you're gonna see a lot of people transitioning to YouTube ads. Facebook ads is great, it works, but costs are just going to continue to rise. And to be in this game in this day and age, you have to diversify your traffic. That's one thing that I learned at ClickFunnels is like the top guys don't just rely on Facebook. They're diversifying the traffic to make sure that if an ad on Facebook is not working, an ad on YouTube or PPC is working, right? That's just an example, but diversifying, but putting more emphasis on YouTube ads. I can bet that that's going to happen in the next few years for sure.
yeah. Obviously, I mean, especially if you're seeing results, because I mean, obviously, your results right now, conversion rates are lower, even on YouTube. So obviously, a lot of marketers and everything like that catch on to that. Then obviously, yeah, they're going to come over to YouTube and they're going to drive the price, and that's draw the price up. So I mean, that's interesting that you're saying diversify, because actually James Smiley was just talking about that, as far as diversifying. And actually, I'm in the process of doing that now, where my mentor Rob Quinn, he is actually everywhere. I mean, you can pretty much see his face everywhere. And I think, well, obviously we know that's how Ty Lopez blew up too, because I mean, he's on Snapchat, he's on Instagram. I mean, he has, he's on YouTube, he's on Facebook. And I don't
Yeah.
know, I don't go on Twitter, so I don't know if he's on Twitter or not. But then, if you're just on a regular, web page, sometimes, Ty pops up on there too. So, I mean, that's pretty interesting that, you're saying, diversify the traffic. I see it looks like Devin joined us. What's going on, Devin? Amid joined us, Amid Ali. Hashtag live if you're on live, hashtag replay on replay, and hashtag ABM on here. We're talking about YouTube ads with Jelani. He used to work at ClickFunnels, used to build funnels, everything like that. And we're talking about, how you can actually just transition your ads, or not necessarily, transition totally where you're pulling them from Facebook totally, but I mean, you might need to start exploring, going into, YouTube ads, looking at getting in YouTube ads, especially being, an agency on. So, Jelani, let me ask you a question as far as what is your, I guess your one of the biggest takeaways that, as far as on your journey, or what's the aha moment that you had where everything just seemed like it clicked? Because obviously, you said you used to work at ClickFunnels, but now you're off doing your own thing. So, I mean, I guess what happened up until the point where you got to ClickFunnels, before ClickFunnels, at ClickFunnels, and, now? I mean, what's a big takeaway that you had? What was the aha moment that just, it was like, man, it's like, because of this moment, this is where I am now?
Yeah. Probably the model that ClickFunnels goes by internally, which is ready, fire, aim. Ready, aim, fire. And it's basically like, regardless if you don't think it's going to work, regardless if you haven't tested it before, just do it, right? So at ClickFunnels, we were all, like, it was always changing day to day. Every single day, there's a new implementation for like SOPs, standard operating procedures. There's always something new with the platform. So like you can imagine that it was just crazy. But throughout that craziness, there was structure, and they just did things. Like it was just do it, like. And I think a lot of people, especially like when I was getting started, I was so a perfectionist and just like, oh, this has to be perfect, and this thing, this, that. But you have to just go do it, see what happens, and edit as you go, revise as you go. And I think that's the biggest thing, is like not actually getting something to the light of day because you have those like thoughts in your head, like it's not going to work. I don't know if people like this, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because when you launch something, you learn either it's a good experience, you learn that you shouldn't do that again, or you learn that it's going to work out and that you should keep going. So there's always a learning experience that you can learn from, and that's probably the biggest thing. The second biggest thing is like, um, I learned that every single situation that I go into is a learning experience, and ClickFunnels was a big learning experience. Like every day I learned something new. Every day I put something in, and I call it my like mental toolbox for like, I can use that later. Um, so like even little things like on Facebook, I'm scrolling down and I see just people writing things, or just things that catch my eye. I have a whole folder of marketing techniques on Facebook that I just save posts. I can go back and revisit them. I have a whole folder on my browser that just has folders of funnels that I can go back and review, that I can learn from. So always learning something new, and always just getting ready to implement. Just go for it, and see what happens.
That's good. That's good. You're saying that. I guess speaking of learning something new, I was kind of actually I saw it when let me pull it up because I saw it on your screen. It looks like you got the what is it? The .com secrets in the back, the 3 books in the back, and then I don't know. I got to do better, I guess, with my staging. You're teaching me stuff here, as far as staging and everything. I like that. But as far as learning it, how Jelani said, you need to keep just try stuff, put it out there because a lot of people are just scared to try, like getting on camera. I had somebody actually come out to me and like, what are you doing, what are you trying to do? Because really I only started doing these interviews in the past 2 months or so.
Yeah.
So and I just got out there and kind of do it because I didn't like getting on camera. Sometimes I still some of the interviews and stuff I have, I get a little nervous and all that stuff. But the thing is, actually I just had a Blumble, whatever you want to say. I had one now, so I mean it doesn't matter, as far as just get out there, don't be afraid to make mistakes, don't be afraid to fail. Like you always say, somebody said, you want to fail forward. I think Will Smith talked about, he gave a motivational speech where you say if you're going to fall, or if you're going to fail, make sure you fall forward. That way you're constantly still moving forward. So the thing is just just get out there and try it. Oh yeah, about the camera. So yeah, I had somebody reach out to me and they said, yeah, they're like, I'm trying to get on, they said, what are you doing? And I kind of told them what I was doing, working on my personal brand and all that stuff. I want to interview people, not just working on my brand, but just trying to learn stuff too, and actually taking people, along the journey as I learn. That's why I interviewed James Smiley. He's pretty big, as far as he does a lot of stuff now. He does a lot of coaching and everything. You and your YouTubes, and I'm going to interview Kim, and she does stuff, with not really bots, but I guess she does have a bot, but she really talks about Chrome extensions and all that stuff, building out Chrome extensions. So, I mean, that's the thing, just get out there. But I mean, like I said, you don't have to jump right into it,
Right.
you can just, progressively do stuff, as far as getting on camera, just go live, not even live, just record a video in your room by yourself, and constantly, work your way up to it. So that's pretty interesting, as far as you're saying that. And then I got a couple of other questions as far as why do you think that people you've seen a lot of entrepreneurs and everything, and especially working at ClickFunnels. I know you're around a lot of them. People made a ton of money, and I guess some people coming in, I guess they started from zero, went to whatever, and you actually met some of these people before. And the thing is, everybody doesn't make it. So I mean, I know you've probably seen people that came in, or even seen funnels that were built out and they just kind of plopped off, and maybe even obviously, yeah, you said that because they obviously if they keep changing and stuff, I mean, there's got to be a reason why they're changing. Well, obviously, yeah, because I mean, you're Russell Brunson, and you probably don't want to, consistently do the same thing. You're always moving. But I guess as far as what is number one reason, like the people whose funnels did not make it, the businesses, people who businesses did not make it. What is the number one reason why you think that people fail and they do not meet their goals and their dreams?
Probably not launching something, and not having a good offer.
All right. And then I guess how do you, what would be your recommendation to create a good offer? How do you know if it's a good offer or not? Well, obviously, yeah, if it sells, but
Right.
I mean,
Um, I think the best way is to give value. So whatever you're offering, so if it's like a course or something, why your course, right? So don't just give random offers, make them complement each other, make sure that they make sense with each other, and make sure that you can deliver on those things. I feel that a lot of funnels, a lot of course creators, they say these things, and a lot of it's misleading. A lot of it is not true, and half the time they don't actually follow through with whatever they say. So um, make sure that whatever your offer is, that you can do it, that you can actually, actually see through it, and make them complement each other. Make sure they make sense for the niche and the audience that you are trying to serve, and make sure that you're putting your customer first. I think one of the biggest things that I learned is kind of build the funnel backward. So like start with, and this is something I learned from Stephen Larson, but also learned from like ClickFunnels internally. So start with like the middle of the funnel, and then make sure that middle part works. So like if it's a course, make sure that course works, and then build the front end, and then build the upsells, and kind of work around the core offer. Um, a lot of people like build the landing page, and they build the I guess the tripwire, whatever it is that you're building. They build that first, um, but then they don't have something to follow up with it. And if you have a core offer, it's way easier to build around that rather than start with like a tripwire, then try to build the core offer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. That makes sense because looks like Jack just joined. What's going on, Jack? My wife is on here. She put the hashtag live on there. But yeah, it looks like yeah, because a lot of people I know I heard actually Rob Quinn talks about this as far as with a lot of stuff, even in sales and everything. If you're an agency owner and you're trying to sell a deal or something like that, he talks about reverse engineering.
Yeah,
You need to start from from the back, from the closed deal, then work your way back to right when you're going into the meeting. Kind of think what the agency owner might say and stuff like that. And then that's kind of interesting because a lot of people, they do say reverse engineer. Some people say, well, start from the beginning, build your funnel from the beginning. Start with your free product and build your way up to your tripwire, then your main product core, your core offer, and then like that. So, but I mean, he's saying, Julian is saying, oh yeah, and then some people say, reverse engineer, where you start all the way at the end and then work your way back.
right.
But that does make sense that you say, you start with the course, because once you have the course and the main product, then you can just build little small products off of that. You can kind of entice people because obviously, if you have a course and what's in the course, then you can pull a segment out of that course and make it like a PDF or something. But then, if people get a piece of that course, then it's like, well, I need the rest of it. You only give them like, just a little certain piece where they'll want more, where they'll pay, either get your free download your free PDF, but then, you pay, even take out a little more, put a little more information in your tripwire. But then, once you do that, this is the way I'm seeing it. I don't know if this is how it works or not, but this is kind of the way I'm thinking of how you can do that. Because once you start with the course, so just pull a little bit more out of the course, make a like a $17 to $27 product. I don't know what the codes are. I think what tripwire is what price, 17 to 47 or
Yeah,
97 or something.
yeah, yeah.
But and then if you have a course, and then you can actually build on to that, like your coaching program and stuff like that on the back end. So I mean, that's actually that's a great idea. So I mean, if you guys are out there thinking about building funnels, that's a way you can build funnels, and build courses around your funnels, because everybody wants to build a course now. Everybody's going into building courses and all that stuff about SMMA. And actually, my wife was on one last night, and actually, there's another lady. I don't know if she's in the health niche or what, but her name's Amy Porterfield. But I mean, she was talking about teaching people how to build a course, which that was her course. So that's pretty interesting. You said that. And let me go ahead and I guess just close out the interview. Now, there's one question that I always ask. Pretty much ask it at the end. And some people think it's a deep question. Some people think it's a lighthearted question. But let me ask you. So, if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
Read minds.
To read minds. Why would you want to read people's minds?
Because a lot of people say something, but they don't really mean it. So to be able to get into someone's mind, that's like the ultimate power, because then you can kind of design your message around what they're actually thinking and what they truly believe. Um, Not only that, like you can just navigate the world just so much easier. Like, you could just tell like who's with you, who's not with you. A lot of people are not for you, man. A lot of people just one thing I learned a long time ago is a lot of people are just nosy and they want to know stuff, they just don't care about you. They just care about like what's going not they don't care about you, but they care about what you're doing and they want to know. And I feel like if you can read someone else's mind, then you know their motives before they even can get to that point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You never really, yeah. Then you would see, the harder, harder of a person. I mean, I heard people say read minds, before. I mean, they give that, that that answer, but I never really heard, people. I never heard it, spun that way. So that's pretty interesting that you said that. But yeah, I mean, if you want to reach out to Jelani, I mean, how can they reach you? I know you got the course. I mean, you got a website, you got a Facebook page, Instagram page. Where are you at the most, or just you can let everybody know where else? Just give everybody, give all your social media platforms that you're on.
Yeah, for sure. So you can follow me on YouTube, Jelani the Marketer. You can find me on Facebook. Just search my name, Jelani, and then pretty much, yeah, YouTube and Facebook is like the main ones. And then I'm sure I can give you the link for the challenge if people want to hop in on there. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's good. So I appreciate you coming on here. And like you said, he's going to have, hey, Norma, how you doing? Just join us. You have to go back and watch the replay about YouTube ads and everything like that. So, yeah, so Jelani said, it's kind of, is, I mean, it's not saturated yet. It's going to be saturated. But obviously, because once marketers find out if they can go into an area, go into, a certain location, certain place, if it's cheap advertisement, obviously marketers are going to find out. So you need to go ahead and jump on board. And this guy's giving you actually a platform to do that. I mean, before, everybody jumps on, you can get in now and actually know how to do it. You don't have to worry about, testing and all that. He's already done all the testing for you, obviously, because he has a course. And I just saw a post on his Facebook page where he actually gave a campaign that he ran on YouTube, which he got low amount of, I guess he got a lot of subscribers for, a minimum amount of money or whatever. So, low ad spend costs, for low conversion rate on, for his subscribers and everything or whatever he was doing. I know he said pretty much, you just heard him say that he got subscribers for about $3, which is lower than what the average is. So he knows what he's doing. So, I mean, I advise you to go check out your course if you're advertising anything. I mean, it doesn't have to be agency stuff. I know there's some people on here, especially when my wife, she's in the health niche. So you can advertise stuff, with health products and all that stuff. So go check out his course. He'll give me the link. I'll drop it in the comments. And you can go check out his page because I'm sure it's all on his, his Facebook page, his Instagram page. But you heard everything. So I just want to thank you for joining us today, Jelani. And you can, yep.
No problem.
Let everybody know.
For having me.
All
I
right.
sent you a message to the challenge, so you can drop that. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. And we'll do it again. And as always, hashtag ABM, always be moving. You guys have a good one. And I'll be back on here. Probably I may have another interview on Thursday. But you guys have a good one and take care.
See ya.
What's going on, everybody? I'm here with, actually, I pulled this off of his website. It says the world's highest paid digital marketing consultant, James Smiley. And actually, I, came in contact with him at J.R. Rivas's event. But, if you guys are on here live, hashtag live, if you're on here on the replay, we need engagement on here. And you know how we do it here and, six-figure secret scaling hacks. I'm always talking about, even on my personal page, always talking about always be moving. Never be stagnant because the object at rest stays at rest, unless, it's equal, unless it's something from the outside, reacts to it. So you got to put action. So there's just want to make sure we're live in here. We got two people on. What's going on? Hashtag live. Let me know you're here. Let me know. Give me some engagement. Give me something, man. I got James Smiley in the house. This is James Smiley. I mean, he's actually been on stage with Russell Brunson. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Actually, I had his website pulled up here, but you can go to his website. He'll give you all that later. And I think I don't know if he has any free products that he wants to give out. Obviously he's going to drop some knowledge. That's always free knowledge. Every time he gets on here, every time he gets on, I was watching, I think it was Gooston interviewed him. and or somebody did. I think it might have been Goosen, but he was always dropping knowledge. And like I said, this guy, it wasn't just at JR's event; he spoke at JR's event. He spoke on stage with Russell Brunson. So if I were you, I'll get your notepads out, I'll get your pens out, I'll get something to record this. Well, obviously, it's already recorded on my page, but I do something, man. But I just want to thank him for coming in. This guy, he's busy. So yeah, and actually approached him, asked him if I could do an interview, and he said, "Hey, just go to my page." And I went to his page, and it's like, that's kind of interesting that he has a setup where everybody pretty much can just go on there and ask him for an interview. Somebody reached out to me. They said, "How'd you get an interview with Jeremy Smiley?" I said, "I just reached out to him and asked him." So this guy's open. I mean, he's humble regardless of how much he makes, 25 million, 30 million. I don't know how much it is now, a lot of money, but I mean, he's still accessible and he's down to earth. So I just wanted you guys to, wanted to come on here and drop some value for you. So I'm just gonna let him introduce himself and tell him about a story, because everybody doesn't know who you are. So just get on there and let us know where you came from, your background, and all that stuff. Thanks, James.
Well, what's going on, my man? How are you?
Doing good,
Thanks for
doing
having
good.
me on. What is going on to all the digital marketers and agency owners out there? Hopefully, you guys are having a great day. Excited to be on here. Always love just helping, man, giving back, dropping knowledge, whatever you guys want to know. Make sure you drop your questions. There will be no holding back. So whatever your questions are, wherever you're stuck in your business, ask some good questions. If you ask good questions, you get good answers. You ask a dumb question, you get dumb answers. So remember that. That's a Tony Robbins quote, by the way. So anyway, excited to be hanging out with you, man. Appreciate you going on the schedule, and let's rock it, bro.
Oh, you ready? Yeah, I thought you were gonna go a little bit deeper, like as far as your background and all that stuff. So
My background? Yeah, man, I
yeah,
can't.
you can.
Yeah. So 20 years, grew up in Seattle, 12 years in LA, and 6 years here in Dallas. I grew up in the inner city in Seattle in a place called Rainier Valley, Beacon Hill. It's a minority poor neighborhood, half Korean, half Italian. Grew up with a Mexican stepmom and in a black neighborhood. So I'm pretty much down with everybody. So
that's good. That's good.
So yeah, man, just, grew up really, really, really tough, but I just believed that like my dad used to tell me, he's like, man, he's like, you're not living in like Czechoslovakia or Bangladesh where you make like $200 a year. He's like, man, you can go like ride the bus and go to a rich neighborhood and figure out something, And so, man, I just worked really hard. I always had two or three jobs. Made my first six figures when I was 20. Working for Nextel. I was a B2B sales rep. First time I ever talked to a business. Didn't know nothing about it. Didn't really know nothing about sales either. But did that. That was really cool. I was selling Blackberries back in the day. That lets you know kind of my background. I was selling Blackberries, and I was using digital marketing to sell to be a B2B sales rep. So most people wouldn't. Well, number one, back in the year 2000, when that happened, it wasn't even called digital marketing. Like this, the whole digital marketing wave hadn't even hit. I was just using email to email my clients versus like everyone else in the office was going out and knocking on doors, pounding the pavement. And I remember like this is the first laptop I ever got was working there. I mean, I was really poor, so I didn't have no laptop or nothing like that. And I got a laptop, and then somebody gave me this account list of 8,000 accounts they said, hey, these are your accounts. These are your 8,000 customers. And then this guy was showing me how email worked. I'd never really used email. And so he was showing me how like in email, you can send, instead of sending one email, you could send like 1,000 using a distribution list. Now, remember, man, this is in 2000. So like, this type of stuff, like, nobody was doing it. And so I was like, man, I have 8,000 customers. I could send one email to 8,000 people. And this is back when it was like a 98% open rate, And so I had no idea what I was doing, but I just put all those customers in there, sent that email. And man, in about 20 minutes, I made my very first sale. My first 20 minutes on my job, my phone rang. And it was a company phone. So I'm like, who's calling me on the company phone? So I answered it, and this person's like, hey man, are you James Smiley? And you know, like when you grow up in the hood, like somebody says, hey man, are you James Smiley? Like you don't just say, yeah. I'm like, who is this? You know, and they're like, well, wait, like, did you send me an email? And I'm like, yeah, that was me. And so anyway, I sold 4 phones on that first call, and my quota was 22 or something like that for the month. So my first like 20 minutes on the job, I had cleared like a huge part of my quota, and man, I crushed it. I was about 200 to 300% every single month to my quota, and like I became like this phenom young sales rep, and people are like, man, how's he doing it? How's he doing? I'm like, I didn't tell nobody because honestly, I was like, man, I think I'm about to get fired. Like they're gonna say I'm cheating. You know what I mean? Like I had no idea um like what I was doing. You know, I didn't know what digital marketing was. And so, but but yeah, I always just try to use my mind and I try to create leverage. You know, I'm really big into leverage, what I call high leverage moves. And like, you know, if I'm gonna exert whatever amount of energy, how do I maximize that? And you know, and so anyway, yeah, man, that's where it all started. And then I got recruited to work at a Silicon Valley startup. From that, you know, from Nextel, um, and I was the 6th employee of the company called Telenav. We were the first Google Maps. We were Google Maps like 8 years before Google. Google basically hacked our stuff. We owned 80% of the market share for cell phone navigation, cell phone mapping. And so I ran sales and marketing from LA to Florida. And we blew it up. And we went to like 5 million subscribers. We went to $350 million a year in revenue, and we crushed it. We IPO'd in my 20s, and it was kind of history from there. You know, I just I've helped a lot of, you know, almost 100 startup companies start their companies, and then you know, I think I'm like 540 or something like that solopreneurs that that have had paid coaching that I've coached. And my biggest thing, man, is just helping people grow their revenue and scale. So I'm really big into business models and like, you know, what's the most efficient way to create leverage around what you have, and you know, how do you scale your company? So anyway, whether it's a 1 or 2 man operation or woman operation or a, you know, $2 billion company. You know, I had a digital marketing agency for 8 years. We were 7 figures, 6 out of those 8 years. I had a lot of, you know, I had companies like CompuCom that were $2 billion companies, all the way to, you know, I did some consulting at AT&T, Facebook, and Amazon, so 3 Fortune 10s. Done a little bit of kind of consulting for ClickFunnels. So anyway, just been out there, man, just working hard. 38, live here in Dallas, and enjoying life, man. Trying to do it right. So that's me.
That's good. I know you mentioned that you actually, I guess you said you were actually doing emails before emails were big. I mean, how important is that? Because I know Gary Vee actually talks about um, in the coming years, or, you know, coming months, years, whatever it is. But Gary Vee always talks about doing things before, you know, it actually starts trending, before everybody else catches on. And he was talking
Yeah.
about podcasts and stuff, you know, as far as developing everything in the podcast. And I mean, we can either touch on that or go on another subject. But I mean, how
Yeah.
important is it, you know, and especially in, you know, the social media marketing world, because everybody's going out and they're doing particular things to try to get clients, and they're doing particular things to try to keep clients. I mean, as far as I guess, well, what do you see in the social media marketing world that's coming that most people haven't seen yet, or, you know, as far as client acquisition, and as far as, you know, keeping your clients and everything, because that's a part of scaling too as well, is you
Yeah.
know, so
Yeah. I think what I would say, so I've had some of the biggest companies in the world ask me to come help them understand trends and where things are going. I did some stuff for Facebook Messenger before the bots and all that stuff were coming out, and kind of help them understand like that could be big and what could happen there and how that can be used. And so, you know, like I ran AT&T's Innovation Center at least for the mobile technology, and did a lot of things with social media there and stuff like that. But so man, on that question, what I would say is, in terms of email, I think, I put out a video like a year ago that said Facebook Messenger is going to come after email, particularly like Gmail users. And they're going to give Gmail like a run for their money. And man, I got so many like people just like trying to hate on that one. But now you look at what's happening, and it's funny how many people use Messenger over email. And number one, when you throw out big ideas, people with small minds don't understand it, and that's fine. And also, when you put out innovative stuff, people who aren't future forward thinking, they don't have any idea what you're talking about, and so, but what I would say is, I don't think email by any means is going to go away. But I think that there's going to be a lot of diversification. So what technology does at its highest level, technology is a diversifier, and it decentralizes. And so you might say, well, what does that mean? Well, like you used to have, 4 or 5 TV channels control media, the control of information, the flow of information. Now there's thousands of television stations, right? Now there's social media. So even like TV used to have a grip on communication. Well, now it's radio, podcast, Facebook Live, right? Social media. So there's this diversification, all the way down to like the biggest brands, the biggest associations, the biggest companies. They have a hard time keeping a grip on what they used to own, right? Take, for instance, Toys R Us. They owned the toy market. Well, if you look at the stats, the toys are selling more than ever before in the history of the world. Like, more people have bought toys for their kids, or more toys than ever before. So how does Toys R Us completely go bankrupt? And like they couldn't even sell off like their name. Like, you would think the brand, right? Like somebody would have just said, hey, we'll maintain the brand. No, like it was totally gone. People are like, dude, we don't even need the brand. And so that's like, but like where are people buying toys? People are buying toys on Amazon, and who are they buying toys from? Like, the reason Amazon is so big is not because like it's Amazon the corporation, it's Amazon enabling this entrepreneur movement of, it's all these FBA sellers and all these people, who are in there, like these individuals who are keeping that thing alive. And so, so it's funny how like, it's not that toys, the industry wasn't booming. It was that Toys R Us wanted to maintain their grip on the market. And technology decentralizes, technology diversifies. And so any Joe Schmo can go out there and get toys and sell them now, you know what I mean, at a markup. And like, so anyway, so coming back to your question, I think email, Gmail, all these people are in the same, they're experiencing the same kind of diversification effect, where it used to be, even just 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, if I wanted to build a customer list, I had to have an email list. Well, now I can have a Facebook Messenger list, a bot list, a Facebook group is a list, my Facebook personal page is a list, my like page is a list, my Instagram is a list. You know what I mean? Like, all these are lists that I can message to. Now like, you may say, well, or somebody will say, well, you own your email list. Okay. A couple things. you need to think about, and I think that's why email is a good long-term play. And it's a good consistent play because you can like download the emails and keep them. Um, but I would say the chances of you like completely losing like your Facebook group, not that good, not that high likelihood. But if you did lose it, it's not like you can't build it back again quicker. So you can build these other lists fast, much faster than you can an email list. The other thing is the growth is faster. Also, the engagement is like 10 times more. So like you can have a group of 100, 200 people, but still get like in a few days, Facebook will circulate this around. You can reach 30%, 40% of the people in your group will see this feed versus like if you sent this out over email, you're seriously lucky if like 5% of people click on it. Click through all the way through to watch it. You're like really lucky 5%. You know what I mean? So like it really, really depends on on how you want to look at it. I think now the power in entrepreneurship are all these people. You see all these people, whether it's Gary Vaynerchuk, Russell, Frank Kern, Tony Robbins, anybody, and all these big companies are doing the same. We're like, you've got to have a diversified list strategy. You can't just say email is my game. Like even Frank Kern last year in 2018, he had a lot of videos where he was just clowning on email. He was like, he even said like email's dead. Our open rates are worse than ever before in the history. Now it's about social media, video, those kind of things. And I think he was like, I think he's a little bit just like, like disappointed that he has a huge list and email is working as well. I don't think he literally meant like email is totally dead, zero. No one's getting like zero response, but it's not the way it used to be. So like right now, Facebook Messenger and bots is big, but a lot of people are starting to see even a decrease there, where like their open rates are less, their click throughs are less. So like it really depends. On where the trend is. But I will tell you this, it pays a lot of money to ride the trends. In the entrepreneurs, it is our game to ride the trends. So like big companies, big enterprises, I can tell you for sure, having worked at a very, very, very high level, literally with board members and things like that, they do not want to ride trends. Like a trend comes in social media, it's too small for them. $2 billion, $8 billion, too small. They don't want to play. Like 50 million, they definitely don't want to play. 100 million, they don't want to play. Too small, right? But so who picks up that 50 million? It's all of us entrepreneurs taking a slice of that pie. And so, and that's how we stay alive. That's our lifeblood. Is riding trends. I heard somebody clowning on Ty recently. They're like, "Oh, Ty, like he just rides the trends."
What's wrong with that?
I'm like, dude, that's just like saying, "Oh man, he just makes millions and millions of dollars, just like easy." That's all he does. You know what I mean? I'm like, come on, bro. Like riding the trends is where the money is. That's where the serious money is. Like you look at like even with you name any entrepreneur, like Russell started the really like the online funnel movement. Not that it wasn't out before, but it really started to peak, get hot, and so he got on that and is really like been the catalyst for doing that. But I can tell you that movement won't be around as hot in 2 years from now. Like it won't be that hard for Google, and I've said this many times. I can tell you for sure. I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to start putting this out. But now there's like 4 or 5 people talking about it. But like Google could easily come out with Google Forms or Google Funnels, and in their small business suite, and, they already have email stuff. Like they could easily clone ClickFunnels if they wanted to. Facebook has already started now they have Facebook lead forms. Amazon could easily do it. So that every time you list a product, you can now create a funnel on the front of it. So like all these companies, like once the industry gets big, like in the billions, then all the little companies are going to get bought out or they're going to go under. And so I think that's why you see ClickFunnels, like Russell's talked about on his podcast, like they're going to take the company to the next step, which probably would mean some big company buying it. And I don't think Russell probably would go anywhere. I think Russell will still be a part of the community. I mean, I think it would have to be like, but that's anyway. So anyway, this is all really, really, I think, interesting conversation. But I think where it comes back to for entrepreneurs, particularly, is having an understanding that if you see a trend, riding that trend early and becoming an expert at it can pay you a lot of money.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, well, I know you kind of went around, I guess, on a spin, but I mean, how do you find trends? That's the thing. Is like, because I mean, it's hard to see something before it gets big. And I know Gary Vee talks about just going after stuff, but then it's like, because I know in the back of my mind, any entrepreneur's mind, or just anybody's mind, period. Maybe it's not an entrepreneur's mindset, but the thing is, it's like, well, what if this isn't the trend? But I mean, obviously, you got to take risks. That's what entrepreneurs do. So, and it's like, I spent all this time, chasing what I thought was a trend, but really it's not a trend. So, I mean, do you have any type of, I guess, indications as far as, because I mean, like, think about social media marketing and agency owners and stuff. That just kind of, blew up within the past few years. But you say you've been doing it for 8 years, and I've known a couple of other people that have been doing 7, 9, but we're just now hearing about it. So, I mean, is it that we're on the back end of this, that, pretty much, or is it, on the come up? The trend, is it just now trending, or has it already been trending? And I mean, how would you have seen it, or how did you see that 7 or 8 years ago? How did you know to go after? So, go into this.
That's a good question. So there's actually a real scientific answer to that. I won't go into the background of just for time, but like high-end business schools like Wharton, and also just a lot of big consulting firms like McKinsey, they have actual formulas of how to determine that. And so I've learned a lot of that over the years. My CEO at Telenav, he was from McKinsey. And so I learned a lot of this stuff literally when I learned this stuff. Like I didn't even go to I flunked out of 4 colleges, but learned, like some of the smartest stuff in business, executive, stuff like way before. Anyway, so what I would say is a couple key indicators that a trend is kind of peaking. One, when you see everyone using the same language, when phrases are overdone, it's being flooded, right? When people don't know what to call it, then it's on the come up, right? But when people have crystallized the nomenclature and it's like, so this is a digital marketing agency, and you hear the word chiropractor all the time, dude, steer away from that. Like, that's a way to put a noose around your neck and choke yourself out. Now I'm not saying you can't go in there and be successful, okay? But if you try it, you have to figure out a way to make a red ocean blue. So, and the way you do that is with you create a new opportunity within that market, and you have to outposition yourself. And so one of your questions is, how do you find a trend? Okay, well, it's actually not that hard. It's not like you can literally just Google like 2019 social media trends, 2019 technology trends. If you listen to a lot of podcasts, you want to listen to like people who are forward thinkers, like Russell, listen to some podcasts. They're going to start telling you like what they're working on. So there's indications. Okay. So another really, really, really big thing that I would say is when people are creating like clubs almost like a club where join this club and you're going to be a millionaire. I can tell you for sure, you're not. You're definitely not. It may seem cool to be in the club. It may even be cool to be in the club. And there's probably a good amount of people in that club who are successful. But you look at like all the forward thinkers, you don't see like Frank Kern joining the club. You don't see Billie Jean joining the club. You don't see Tony Robbins joining the club. Like there's a saying that like eagles fly alone. And so one of the things that I've always tried to do was support the clubs and the associations, support, especially when my friends or people that I support, or people I think that are doing awesome things out there, like Russell and people, support all that stuff. It doesn't mean that there's not value in that, but I have to know that like go like when you see like all the people moving this way, the trendsetters are moving the other way all the time. Doesn't matter if it's real estate, stocks, economy, technology, doesn't matter, right? So so that's a good indication like that. Like if you literally see like everyone moving this way, I would start to pick your head up and not try not to be like one of the people in the gang, and try to think outside the box. Like typically, like when I see somebody, one of the reasons I like going to conferences is I like to see like what the guy who's running the conference, I like to see the strategy of what he's doing. So a lot of times, like I'll stand in the very back of the conference room. I'm not like sitting in a chair. I'm standing in the back observing like what's going on. And I remember seeing people sell like make tremendous sales. And and instead of being one of the people who is, suckered into buying, I'm watching what's going on. And I'm catching up on the model that person's using, and then I'm going out and repeating that in my business. So yeah. So anyway, that's kind of a roundabout way of answering that question.
Yeah, I know you. You answered it. I mean, you gave us some insight. As far as I guess just business terminology. Because I mean, like you said, obviously my background is science, and I guess a lot of other people on here, I don't know whether probably some of them have degrees, some of them don't have degrees in my group. So I mean, it's kind of interesting to see, as far as I guess on the marketing side, because I know my wife actually she majored in all this business stuff, but obviously I was in the science realm. So obviously, some of this terminology and stuff, I don't know market analysis and all that stuff, as far as, science, the equations and all that stuff. Obviously, yeah, you got scientific equation, you got business equations. So obviously, the thing is, it's just there's laws everywhere, there's universal laws that you pretty much can be applied, to any area of your life. So I mean, that just goes to show you that obviously, there's business laws as well. But let me actually, I guess some of the people have been making comments. If you guys got any questions for James, just go ahead and drop them down in the comments. I don't know if he can see them through Be Live, but I think he might have my group open. I'm not sure you have my group open or can you see the comments but I know yeah, Chris, what's going on, Chris? And my wife is on here. I know my wife earlier said, yeah, her email rate is pitiful, is down. I don't know if you have any tips of, giving, as far as email rates, open rates were down. And it was like Dean joined us, but yeah, go ahead and answer that question or statement.
If I were to give some tips on email, one big thing that I think is really, really new that some people are doing is, the from name that you use. So like if I put James Smiley, I don't know why this is, but if you put James Smiley, CEO or a title, you'll see a noticeable increase in opens. So that is really, really, really big. We just noticed that maybe like 10 months ago. So we've been doing that a lot. Another thing we've been doing is just trying to get really creative on the from name and the headline. So most of it is the headline is the reason why people are not opening. But you can try this. You can use, instead of putting like James Smiley as the from name, especially early on when somebody opts in with me, they'll get it'll say notifications instead of James Smiley. People click on that a lot. if it says notifications. In fact, I get a lot of people who email me and say, hey man, just wanted to let you know, I'm just trying to help you out, but your email said notifications. And we're like, I'm like, no kidding. So obviously they opened it. And so you need to be careful though, because when they open it, you don't want to have something totally tricky in there that's going to piss them off, right? Like, oh, he was just trying to give me an open email. So you want to make sure you add value and be really creative with how you catch them on the inside of the email. Versus like they click on a notification, then it's like you selling something to them, you know, and then they're like, oh man, this guy sucks. So you want to make sure that you think through that psychology. The other thing that I would do is this is something I teach our we have a couple coaching programs. One of them is 15 grand, and something that I would teach in there is so I'll just drop it here for your people is like I would go to Algora Financial or Agora 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 Financial, and I would sign up for all their newsletters. They have the world's biggest email newsletter. I think they have 3 or 4 of them. And I don't know, they talk about a lot of, sometimes it's weird, controversial, whatever, but you want to look at their headlines. And so whenever I go, like the worst thing you can do when you're sending an email is you put a lot of effort into the copy, but then the headline gets like gets like no love, right? And so people are just like, oh, well, let me just write something just true, direct, and honest. That, trust me, you're like 90% of people will never see that. You don't want to write something true, direct, and honest. I'm not saying be dishonest. I'm saying like you need to be creative. You need to trigger curiosity. And believe it or not, you need to not tell them what's in the email in the headline. This is really big. Okay. I've seen it at big companies. Russell talks about it. Like, if you already tell me what's in the email, then guess what? I don't have any time to read that. Right. Or I'll think, oh, I'll just check that some other time. Right. Like, I'll get an email that says your receipt for something. I'm like, okay, there's my receipt. Right. Like, I already know what's in it. I don't have enough time to look at it. I know I've got my receipt email. So you want to trigger like a curiosity, like it's like curiosity kills the cat. That's what you want to do. And if you look at these ones from Agora, man, they are epic at head every day they're dropping headlines that just make you go, wow, what is that? And so I use a lot of their trigger words, and Russell does this too. Actually, I got that idea from Russell. I think in one of his training courses, he talks about that quite a bit. And so anyway, that's kind of a really cool hack if you want to increase your open rates, is you got to have really, really, really good headlines. But then the other thing is just on the technical side, like if you really want to increase your open rates, you need to go to a dedicated IP. And so if you look on the pricing plans, you can go to a dedicated IP. Chances are it's going to cost you about twice as much, maybe 3 times as much. They're probably around $100 a month. But that puts you on your own IP address. And versus, you're most likely like 95% of people who have an email system are on a shared IP. And so you're running off the reputation of that group. And there could be 1 or 2 people in there who's really don't have a clean list, and that's hurting everyone in the group. And you have no idea. You can call them, you can ask the company. They're not going to tell you who's in your group, what your reputation is, whatever. So the best thing you can do is get on your own IP.
Wow, that's interesting. I've never heard that before. But since we're touching on emails, I know I'm just getting ready to get into as far as acquiring clients, because obviously this is a group of agency owners, and I know some of the people in here. And Brian, I saw your question. We'll touch on that a bit later since we're on the email subject. But as far as I guess sending out emails, for, as far as doing cold emails, and you're talking about headlines and all that stuff. What is the best way, or what's one headline that maybe you have used or that you could recommend that a business owner would actually, get a business owner to open an email? I mean, as far as, just sending out cold emails, what's a, typical headline or a good headline that you can write as far as to get a business?
The best one to start out on a cold email is something like, can you contact these leads?
That's good. That's good. Write that down.
And then they click on the email and it's like real short, 1 or 2 sentences. And it says, hey, I just got 16 leads or 4 leads that are perfect in your niche. Do you have capacity to take these leads? And they're going to be like, what? Who? You want to make it, you don't want to make your email on cold emails. You don't want to make your email seem like an autoresponder. You want to make it seem like a personal email. And so the best way to do that, and this is something we teach once again in our coaching course, and I'll just drop it here for all you guys because y'all are awesome. Because y'all.
That's right. That's right. That's how we do it. Yes, sir.
What I would do, what I'm about to tell you right now can make somebody on this if you put this to practice, I promise you can build a 6-figure business. Okay. I have so many people who can do a couple $100,000 just on what I'm about to tell you right now. You want to use a software like D7 Lead Finder or.
Man. I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's kind of interesting that, you said that. Somebody just told me about that last night. So
yeah.
That's interesting you said it. Yeah.
Yeah. D7 Lead Finder. It's really cheap. There's another really good one out called Lead Carrot that a guy named Ross has. And I would just use those. You're going to scrape tons of emails for pennies per email, literally pennies per email. You're going to get all kinds of emails in any industry you want, any zip code, whatever. And then you want to use Woodpecker. Woodpecker is a system you want to use to send. And with Woodpecker, you basically what Woodpecker does is it integrates with a Gmail and it sends through Gmail.
Wow.
And so that way you don't need an autoresponder, and that way your deliverability is 100%, which is really sick. And then now the downside to it is you want to, and I haven't set it up in a while, but you want to limit it to, I believe, to like 200 emails a day. So you don't want to be sending like 5,000 emails across your Gmail. You're gonna get shut off. You don't even want to send like 300, 400, 500. You want to send like 100 or 200 a day. So you're using one system to scrape those emails. The other system's going to send, and it can send, like Woodpecker, you can send sequences. So you can queue up like 3 or 4 emails that are going to send. And then what a lot of guys do, a lot of people in my coaching program do, is they'll set up like 5 or 10 Gmail accounts. So that way they can do 1,000 emails a day. So people who are in my coaching program, we have a whole training on like how this works. We have the swipes, all this stuff. Plus we have the VAs that like can run this whole thing for you. So like if you want a VA to run the whole thing, you can have a VA run the whole thing for you. But yeah, I mean and that's how you can get leads. Like your main objective is to send people off the email to book a meeting with you. And so you shouldn't have any problem at all. In fact, if you're using that system, you will not have a problem getting people on the phone.
Wow.
Then you got to close them and get all that kind of take. Then like now you're on like the next step, which is how do you close them? How do you get the trials? How do you get trials closed? All that. But getting them to engage with you should not be a problem.
Yeah, that's interesting you said that, because I mean I know of some people in here. I don't know if everybody joined in or not, but that was my issue as far as just having, because I'm not big in sales, and I know a little bit about Facebook ads, but as far as running Facebook ads, like for big major companies, and handling a ton of ad spend, actually I developed a team for that. There's actually a program Agency in a Box or whatever, but it's by Rob Quinn, and he actually has closers that'll help you, and he has a fulfillment agency and everything like that on the back end. So I mean that's interesting that you said that, but the problem is I'm still having issues, getting people on the phone to book a call, book a meeting. I mean, what you saying, I mean, come on, guys. I mean, you got to give something up. You got to put something down. Let Facebook push this out. Give some engagement. Put hashtag live. Put, drop. Last time I did drop bombs, I think when it was Evan on here, just put a bomb in the comment box, because that's a lot of information. That's a lot of knowledge that he just gave you. I mean, that's what 10, 11. I mean, you can pick up 5, 6, 7, maybe more than that clients. So I mean, just let us, knowing that my wife, obviously, we're actually looking for. She is, and I am looking for a VA. And yeah, so I mean that's awesome too. That you got a program set up as far as VA. But I mean, if you're interested in his program, which you should be, just James's program. If you're interested in his program, if you're interested in what he's saying, I mean, this is free information that he's giving us. How much more do you think he's going to give you if you pay him? I mean, he's giving us this for free. I mean, he's pretty much put money in your hands. I mean, they say money doesn't grow on trees, but I mean, still, when people talk, that's like money dropping. Actually, it's even easier to make money now, or easier to get ideas. You just got to implement the idea. So, I mean, it's hard to grow a tree. They say money doesn't grow on a tree. It's hard for fruit to grow on a tree, but he just gave you something just by speaking. All you got to do is write it down and implement it. So, I mean, that's good knowledge, man. We appreciate it, James. Thanks for coming on here, giving us all of these, there's just a ton of information. I mean, you can go through courses and stuff. Gurus, really, I don't know how many classes that I bought, how many training courses that I have, actually purchased. And I've never heard anybody say that. I mean, I've heard of woodpecker before, but somebody just told me last night about D7, and that was in an intimate, pretty much, conversation or whatever with one of my friends that I actually met, online. And this guy's kind of low key, and he knows a lot of stuff. But anyway, he told me about that last night. And I have heard of lead carrot, but it's in separate conversation. Nobody mentions those together. And James just pretty much put everything and put it together for you, like how you use it together. Because I've heard people say, use lead carrot. Okay, so if I use lead carrot, then how's that going to help me? What am I going to do with it? Then I heard somebody say, use woodpecker. Okay, so if I use woodpecker, what do I integrate with that? But James just pulled everything together for you. So, I mean, I know I'm going to take it and use it. I don't know what you're going to do or not. I know I'm going to use it, because I'm getting ready to start building out campaigns. So, I mean, if you're struggling to get clients, and actually, speaking of getting clients, I know Ryan mentioned earlier that he wanted to start. What's going on, Nikos? How you doing? I saw Dean was on here earlier. Actually, he has a calling center, so he's developing VAs and stuff like that. But it says, Brian says, he says he's interested in starting a social media marketing agency here in Switzerland with someone who has experience, but I'm so insecure when it comes to talking to people, but I know I'll have to dive deep into it sooner or later. Any tips to overcome this, maybe from your experience?
Well, number one, I would say talking to people, then start talking to people. Like, the thing about business is, at the end of the day, it's a people game. And so you want to be as good as you can and as clear as you can in terms of communication. Doesn't mean you need to be like someone else. Okay. Like I've actually had people speak at my events, and they're like, you've got to be like Gary Vaynerchuk. You've got to be as energetic as possible. And that's, if that's your personality, awesome. I would say you need to be enthusiastic, but look at Ty Lopez. Ty Lopez is a dude who'll get on a show like this. The whole time he'll just be like, no, I mean, he's kind of like a nerd. He's like a rich nerd, dude. He reminds me of when I grew up in Seattle, so like we were big Bill Gates fans when he was younger. And we're still a fan, but he reminds me of Bill Gates. Like Bill Gates just get up there. No, the thing that you know what I mean? Like, and so Ty is just himself, right? He's smart. He's beyond smart. The dude is smart. Now you get around him like in a group, and he's really charismatic, but he's not like the loudmouth. He's just like this confident, like smart dude. So like when he starts talking, people start listening. So I would just say, like, you got to find your own personality, but you got to become a people person. Like you got to become somebody that people relate to in some way. And so like I'm telling you, there's no magic on that. Like there's people who will sell you courses and crap all day long saying, you don't need to talk to somebody. You don't need this. You don't need that, whatever. In like, there may be some little angles and stuff where you can do that. But I'm telling you, like, if you're going to be in social media agency, people are going to want to talk to you. You know what I mean? And so, I would just say, man, just go out there, and start talking to people. And the biggest thing is just start learning yourself. Start learning, um, you know, what you're good at, what you're bad at. Like if you go and have a conversation with somebody and it goes really bad, don't think real negative about that. Or if you go in there and don't put on a great impression, go back and think, what should I have said? What should I have done? Right. And then just learn from that. You know what I mean? Don't beat yourself up over it. Look, I mean, obviously, like, I consider myself a good communicator, but I have conversations I mess up all the time. And growing up, I was not very confident in how I talked or how I communicated, but I just learned. I think about, I remember being in grade school, and thinking, like, walking away from a conversation and going, well, I shouldn't have said that. Well, everything was cool until I mentioned that. So you know what I mean? Like, you just need to learn, and have good self-awareness and learn off of what you're saying. But yeah, but starting in Switzerland, I mean, we have a lot of coaching students in Europe, and I can tell you, it's a good market to be in. It's a very good market to be in. The technology is good out there. The market is good out there, and there's a lot of money to be made out there in digital marketing for sure.
That's good. That's good. Thanks for answering. But I know, as far as myself, actually, I'm an introvert. So I think you mentioned that. I guess at JR's conference, I think you kind of mentioned that Russell Brunson was like that, and that's kind of how you kind of got close to him. I guess somebody that you really want, I guess, to work with or something. You really need to, kind of put yourself in there. So I mean, that's a kind of interesting story. I don't know if we want to go into that now, how you came into contact with Russell Brunson, but I know, as far as myself, I'm actually an introvert. And I mean, the way that I actually kind of came out, because you can ask, even last year, you can ask my wife, you can ask my friends, everything. I mean, I told my wife, I was like, I don't want people, I don't like people, I don't want to be around people, period. But I mean, here I am right now. I mean, if you go look at my page, just started maybe around November, I started doing these interviews. And I mean, I'm actually, engaging with people. And the thing that got me was just by doing it. I mean, you just got to get out there and do it. I mean, obviously, this may sound, well, what's Dean say? Dean says, I still do this stuff, but I'm learning every day. I mean, that's what it is. Hashtag is ABM, Dean. Come on, unless you got another acronym, Dean, but usually mine is hashtag ABM. Always be moving. I don't know, or maybe you always be live, but always be living. I don't know what it is, man. But
always be learning.
Yeah, learning. Yeah. So see, there it is right there. I messed up right there, but who cares, man? So get a laugh out of people. So, but I mean, the thing is, it's just, you just got to put yourself out there. Don't worry about, mistakes. Don't worry about failures and all that stuff. I mean, like some people say, you just fail your way forward. I mean, the only way you're going to do it, you got to put motion in. I kind of did, I guess, a video on this on, online, as far as, people not wanting to go live, get on lives and all that stuff. But then you just got to open up a group for that. If, you're scared of, doing public speaking, anything like that, he has a group that he's going to open up that, pretty much engages people, helps them do, get used to lives. But I mean, the thing is, you don't really want to just jump into it immediately. So you kind of want to take small steps. I mean, you might want to go out and, if you don't talk to your neighbor, just go talk to your neighbor one day. If you hadn't never talked to him, say hello, and then, next time say hello, how you doing? Engage with them in conversation. And then you just get comfortable. So, I mean, you don't necessarily have to jump into it every time, I mean, some people, yeah, they like to go, jump in, a cold water, jump off a cliff or something like that. But I mean, those are adrenaline seekers. So not everybody's like that. I mean, pretty much the majority of people needs to take steps. And once, you start making yourself, putting yourself in motion, everything else is going to come. I don't know if you want to add anything or not, James.
I would say too, I love that, man. And I would say also, number one, congrats for you and what you're doing, as because you don't have to be an extrovert, bro. You can just be 100% you, and you know what I mean? And people will like it because it's you. And I can't be you. You'll attract people, bro, that I can't attract, and and that's why you're you, man. So I love that, man. That's awesome. The other thing I would say to people who are a little bit shy or whatever, just remember this, okay? This is the best time than ever before in the history of like the world to um to be trying to learn how to put yourself out there, because people only remember the last thing you say. So you may go up and totally mess something up. You may say something dumb. You may say something unintelligent. It don't matter. All you got to do is say something else. Trust me, because they're only going to remember the last thing. Like pretty and so that's kind of like a metaphor. It's not like literal. It's not like people literally forget, but literally like people are more forgiving. This is statistically, they're more forgiving. I mean, it shows in like sports, politics, all those things. Like somebody can be a total, what somebody would say is a total idiot. 2 days later, everyone thinks they're a saint because of something they said or did or whatever. Like everyone forgets about the past. Like that's just how society is right now. And so don't worry about if you do something wrong, if you said something wrong, if whatever. Trust me, the only like if anything, like Mike said, have fun with it. You know what I mean? Because like the only real thing you're showing is that you're normal. Nobody's perfect, right? So like when you say something funny or wrong or whatever you want to say, like just roll with it. Because everybody, 100% of people will relate to it. Everybody will be like, well, I've said something wrong before, or I've whatever. And if you got a good attitude about it, people will think it's cool. So yeah, that's what I would add, man.
That's good. That's good. That's good advice. And I mean, I don't want to keep you on here all day, but as far as I guess just we know your background and everything like that. I kind of want to know as far as growing up. I know a lot of people say entrepreneurs cannot be made, but they're only born. So I mean, you listen to Gary Vee and his story and how he was pretty much selling stuff as a little kid. Selling lemonade stands and all that stuff. So I mean, what is your take on that? As far as
No,
just entrepreneur.
I don't even think Gary Vaynerchuk says that.
Yeah, I mean, I just threw him out there. I don't know if he says it or not, but I know some people say that.
No, that's not true at all. I mean, I have people, I have so many people in my coaching program where they've never thought about being an entrepreneur, and then they saw some video or whatever, and 2 or 3 years later, they're making the same amount of money working from home. You know, um, and so no, that's not true at all. Um, what is and what why somebody might say that is there's a level of like understanding your raw talent that, how do I say it, like if you're born as talented as LeBron James is at basketball, like you can't teach that. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't teach somebody to be LeBron James. You got to be born with that. Now, but I will say this: there's probably 100 people who are born to be LeBron, but only one put in the work, time, kept his or her nose clean. Like, you know what I mean? Some of them just quit on themselves. Some of them had people didn't believe in them. Some of them maybe ended up in jail. Some of them, whatever, some of them got injured. You know what I mean? Um, but what I will say is like, you may not be like one of the greatest at all time at being a digital marketer, but you can become great at what you do. You can become great at um, being a digital marketer or being an entrepreneur. Um, and so, but the thing is, you can't take what like you can't take your skills and your talents and always look at someone else and say, well, I'm never going to be like that. Like you got to figure out how to do it like you. And that's the true like entrepreneur, like where you become so comfortable doing it your way that that's when you really get dangerous. you know I'm telling you, man, that's when you really, really, really get dangerous, because people like the original you. They're gonna like the original you more than anybody. And it takes some time to kind of learn. It's almost like split testing. You kind of like split test your personality sometimes. That's what you're doing when you grow up as a kid a lot of times. You ever see or been that person where like, your junior year, you're dressing totally different than your sophomore year, and your sophomore year, you're dressing totally different than your freshman year. Like you're split tested, man. Like like I've seen people who one year were preppy, the next year they come out, dressed up like Eminem, and then the next year they're dressed up like a jock. It's like they're just testing it, and seeing it. And so you got to do that, man. In your entrepreneurial journey, and it's a journey, and you got to get with people who believe in you and who speak life into you on your journey. And that's one of the biggest things I think is, getting the negativity out. That's one of the first things that we teach in our programs is, the attitude, the mindset. Those things can all be taught. And for most people, you have to understand, most people don't have the mindset to be a successful entrepreneur, but that can be taught, and so I'll just drop a couple key things here for you guys real quick. One, there's 3 personality types that we are very cautious about. Okay. And I got a form of this from another big entrepreneur, but I basically narrowed it down to this. The victim. Okay. And I can tell by talking to someone for 20, 30 minutes, the victim, that's somebody that's very tough to help. So we have people who have money, who want to get in the program. They're enthusiastic. They're talented. Man, they can talk to people, or they're good at the computer, or they understand ads, but man, they have a victim mentality. That is somebody that you want to be very careful with. Now, what we do is if we bring on somebody like that, we have a program or kind of lessons that can work somebody out of that mentality. For instance, a victim mentality, you can tell just by the way that they talk, but the way that they talk on the strategy call, you can tell by who they're blaming, stuff like that. But the victim will, number one, they'll initially be looking for a hero. They'll be looking for somebody to save the day. They'll be looking for somebody to help them. But eventually that hero will become oppressive. And that's where coaches, and see, even as an agency owner, this is true. You will have clients have a victim mentality. You can tell by the way that they talk. You can tell by how they start treating you, right? Well, so-and-so did this, blah, blah, blah. I canceled on this. But like all those are key indicators that they're about to do that to you. And so you need to frame them very quickly when they come in with you to not do these things. And that's what we do. Like we will bring somebody on who we think we can help, who is a victim, but we immediately, before we teach them anything, before we show them anything, they immediately get, I would say, like indoctrinated with how to get out of that mindset and how do you know if this is you. You know what I'm saying? So like, so that's one person. Another person is the complainer. And that's a real tough person to deal with because they suck the life out of you, and I won't go into that for a long time. And then the third person that you really want to watch out for, even if you're an agency or whatever, is the person who is delusional. Okay. The person who, they're always posturing. They're always being more political than politically correct. So you're like, how many leads do you need? Oh man, we don't need very many leads. We're doing good. Okay, then why did you just sign up with me? Oh man, if you don't get us 30 leads, I don't know if we can do this. Okay, I can get you 30 leads. Is that how many you need? I mean, I don't need them, but it's like, dude, it's like that is the definition of delusional. It's like that person is very difficult to deal with because there's no way to set a baseline. I have one guy in one of my coaching programs. Who he struggles with this, where like he'll get on a call and I'll be like, okay, man, how many clients you got right now? Oh man, I got 7 clients. We're doing this and that. Okay, cool. The next call, hey man, how many clients you got? I don't tell anybody that. I only between me and my wife. Like, bro, I got a recording of you 2 weeks ago telling like 10 people. What are you talking about? You know, like that's a little delusional, right? Like that's like, dude, seriously. So and then you try to figure out, okay, like, well, how are things going? Oh man, we're doing great, you know, blah blah blah. Okay, how many leads you have? We don't have any, man. We're struggling, man. We need you to help us with leads. I'm like, dude, like, which way's left, which way's right, right? Like, so you have to identify those people when they come in and say, hey, do I want to deal with this or not? You know what I'm saying? Like, because most of those people we won't bring into our program. But if we do, it's because we think we can coach that person. And so I would be very cautious and careful with what you're doing. And if you bring somebody like that on, don't do, or if you're in a tough spot and you have to do it for the money, have an understanding of what you're going to have to do to pre-frame that person in the beginning, because how that relationship starts it's only going to go downhill from there if it's bad. Okay. So make sure, you gotta catch those things on the very front.
Yeah, that's I don't know, I kind of wrote down a couple of things here, as far as, just being agency owners, beginning agency owners in the start. But actually I really didn't, I mean, a lot of my interviews, man, I try not to go into actually one of my guests, I think it was Abby, she was like, oh, let's not, well, kind of she transitioned out of mindset. But I mean, mindset is a big part of, entrepreneurship. That's kind of why I touched on it. I was like, I don't know if I want to touch on that today because they can always go back, and look at other interviews. But James brought it up. So I mean, there you go again. You got another entrepreneur talking about mindset, how important your mindset is. And then I also just thought about just the different screening that you had, as far as clients that you want to work with, because speaking, from new agency owners, we're just like, well, we'll take anybody in, we'll take everybody in. And actually, if you go back and listen to some of my interviews in the past, you can see that. If you do that, see, I mean, we're trying to actually, you learn from people's mistakes. You learn from other agency owners' mistakes, successful entrepreneurs, you learn from their mistakes. Ty Lopez is big on this. You learn from, business people's mistakes, people before you learn from their mistakes. That way you do not have to go back and do the same things that they did. You don't have to worry about picking up blocks. But I mean, you listen to some of the other agency owners when they were first beginning their agency, they always talk about, well, some of them, not always, but some of them talk about how they had clients that I think Mackenzie Lieberman said it. She said she had a client that was just a horrible client, and she couldn't wait. And he didn't sign up with her, and she was like, "Wow, I'm relieved." And then actually ended up picking more clients because he was always calling her all the time. And I mean, that just deals with personality. I think it might have been. I don't know if JR or Rebus might have mentioned it before, but it's like, man, you really don't have, business problems. It's like you have people problems that roll over into business problems. So, I mean, once you get your mindset right and once you get your personality right, then the thing is, that's when your business will get right. So, I mean, there's no such thing as business problems, just people problems, your personality, your issues that roll over into your business. So, I mean, it's interesting that you said that. I mean, you talked about the screening process. So I mean, you just heard James say he's actually turning people away. I mean, as far as, I mean, obviously, yeah, you don't need the money. And just like you just mentioned, like if you do need the money, if you do need to take the client, understand what you're going to have to go through. I mean, is it even worth it? Do you even need that amount of money? Or is it just going to be a headache, which you might end up losing clients? Because some people talked about that. They picked up one client to get more money, and then they ended up losing their other clients just for that one client. Now they're stuck with low money, minimum amount of money, and they're stuck with a client that they don't want. So that's two double whammies. So instead of having, one whammy, you just picked up two. So really think about and analyze, the situations that you're going into before you get into them. So I mean, that's a good thought, James. But I know, go ahead. You got something to say, or you want?
No, that's good. I'm gonna have to roll here. Let's do one more though. This has been really, really, really cool.
That's good. But let me ask you, as we can go ahead and close it down. I always end with this question here. It's kind of a signature question. Some people say, it's some people say it's a laid back question. Some people say it's deep and complicated. But so let me ask you this. So if you were to have one superpower, what would that superpower be and why?
Man, if I had one superpower, I think it would have to be it's tough because like, do I want to say something that's like more mindset, sentimental, psychological, or do I want to say something that's more tactical? In my mind, I think the psychology stuff is like the foundation of the tactical stuff. So if I were to say something like that, I would say it would have to have something to do with like um, I would want to be really, really good at um, like understanding people and knowing how to solve their problems. You know, like like I know that sounds a little bit soft, or like somebody wants to, hey, give me a hug now. I just said that, but like to be honest, like man, if you can solve people's problem, and you can like that's what people are looking for every day, you know, and so um, yeah, I think. And then on a more tactical side, though, if you were to ask me, I would say I would want to be a superhero um, at making a lot of money, but doing it in a different way. And so one of the reasons why I talk about money a lot is, you know, when I was young, we used to build homes in Mexico in these little teeny villages. They have no running water, no electricity, and we used to build homes out there with a real foundation, walls, all that stuff. And it cost $6,000 to build a home. Okay, so we would save, me and like 4 or 5 friends, we would save money, raise money, like asking everybody all year for a whole year to build one home. And I used to go down there with my church, and so um, we might build like 3 to 4 homes a year. Well, when I made that first 6 figures, I bought like a little village of homes. I bought 6 of them, like in one check. You know what I'm saying? And so like what I realized at 20 was like money ain't everything, but man, money can do things for people. You know, money can open doors. Money can it's a tool, right? It's like having a really good universal tool in a toolbox. You know, and you got this one tool that like it can almost do anything, you know. And I think the downside to money is people begin to think money is God. You know what I mean? Like people do anything, man, to serve money. And that's like, I want money to serve me and my purpose. That's why I think money was created. You know, I don't want to serve money. I want money to serve me, what I'm supposed to do in the world. So that's what I would say, man.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, we appreciate James. We appreciate you joining. I know you got to run. I got to run too. So yeah, but I mean, if you want to reach out to James, you heard about his coaching program. I'm sure he has some lower tiers products as well, because I know he's a follower of Russell Brunson. So I understand that he understands the hierarchy and the level, the progression. So just reach out to him. You got any more questions to him? I hate to blow up your inbox, but just reach out to him, send him a message, let him know. I mean, like I said, he's real down to earth. He's personable. But yeah, you can either drop the link in here, just send it to me, and I'll get it out to wherever it needs to go. But we do appreciate it, James, and hopefully you'll be back on here one day. Once again we can kick it again. But I appreciate you, and hope you have a good day. And you can say anything you want to the audience.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having me on, Mike. You're awesome, man. Keep working hard, and I appreciate all you guys. If you guys have any questions, you can hit me up. Go to my website or whatever. And there's a ton of cool free stuff we got out there for you guys. USB drive, all kinds of stuff. So just go out there. If you thought this was crazy, I dare you to get that USB drive or any of the other free stuff we have. It's really good. So go get it.
All right, appreciate it, James. And y'all have a good one. Thanks for joining us. Hashtag live, share this on your pages. Let everybody know we went live, and let everybody know, especially agency owners, especially that one tip they gave out, as far as plenty of tips, but the one for agency owners and getting clients. So if you're struggling getting clients, share this video. Know anybody struggling, share it. So thank you guys. And y'all have a good one. Until the next time, ABM, always be moving. Hashtag ABM. Have a good one.
And then they'll give me a really fast answer, right? It's always like, oh, I'm broke. Oh, I'm so in debt. Oh, like I'm super stressed out about money. Or like, oh man, like I'm just unsure of this. And they have a very quick answer. And what that tells me is that's very top of mind for them. And that's what they're thinking about the most. And so if half of your day you're spending thinking about how you're broke and $1,000 would mean the world to you, and you're kind of desperate for sales. When you get into a sales situation, that mindset and that emotion and that energy, I really do believe reflects onto the person that you're talking to, right? And so I'm not saying you have to be rich to start a business, but if you're constantly stressing about money, you're going to attract people who are stressing about money as well. And when you start talking about money with those prospects, you're not going to be able to help them with their fears because you're scared of it yourself, right? Like you can't help other people until you've learned to help yourself. So for me, the biggest mindset shift is every single morning I meditate and I really try and be aware of how I'm feeling and what I have going on in my mind and like what I'm stressed about, and getting that right and getting that out of the way in the morning before I get in sales calls. So like somebody was like, well, Brian, like I'm broke and that's why I'm starting my agency. Dude, that's like two disconnected things. Like I personally don't think it's smart to say I have $0 in my bank, I'm going to start a business. Unless like you have a lot of previous business experience. There's obviously exceptions, right? Obviously exceptions there. But if you're a young entrepreneur and you're really just getting started in the business world and you think, yeah, like I'm broke, so I'm going to start a marketing agency, it's probably not going to go very well for you. I think you'd be better off going and finding a job that's maybe even if it's just part-time so that you feel comfortable in your financial situation, not rich, but that you're not stressed about it every day. Does that make sense? I kind of rambled a lot there, but let me know if that made sense.
No, it made perfect sense. I mean, just as far as the aspect of, I'm just going to pull out one point that you said, as far as meditation. I mean, a lot of people really don't think that, meditation is important. I know actually that's something that I've actually been trying to develop now. My wife always gets on me all the time as far as, making sure that I meditate. But actually, I just said the other day, I was like, man, I'm so busy. I got this to do. I got this to do. And then actually, Dean, he's listening to us right now, but, he kind of just stopped me in my tracks. It was like, well, pretty much you're right now saying that you don't have time. So obviously, kind of just like you said, like people that, want to start a business and they're saying they're broke. And you're like, man, it just doesn't make, pretty much mix up. It's like you really have to figure out or find out a way, how you can implement that in your, in your time, in your life. And just like, you're talking about these business owners and not having enough money. It's like you need to find out a way to get money. Don't constantly keep thinking about it. So, that's, I'm actually, trying to, I am reevaluating my time now and figuring out how I can, implement, meditation and everything. Because actually, before I even got into this realm, my wife was always big on meditating. And she actually, she teaches our kids, she's teaching our kids how to meditate as well. And actually, that's something that I need to, participate in. Because obviously, just meditation is just having, a still, quiet moment. And a lot of people don't have, especially because, you rush all the time. And just, I mean, you're always going. So, I mean, if you're always going, then obviously you really don't have time just to sit down and think, and that's pretty important, in our realm, especially, just being an entrepreneur. That way you can plan, make goals, and do everything. Because it's not just, your goals. Because obviously, I know that, I don't know if you have anybody employed that, actual employees at your company, but I'm pretty sure just you and Sebastian are the only ones working, because that's a lot. I mean, I know y'all have a lot to do as far as, just the fact that you have, 40K, with the revenue coming in. So obviously, your goals and your visions are not just yours, but I mean, it's everybody that's working for you. So that's interesting, as far as meditations. But let's, I guess, just tell us something that you believe in. You kind of already told us, touched on this, but I'm pretty sure, I might know what you're going to say, but I'll just let you say it and talk about it. So what is something that, you would attribute to your success, or being a huge part of your success that, most entrepreneurs don't agree with?
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is a good one. That most entrepreneurs don't agree with. I would say most of the people listening to this call probably aren't ready to be an entrepreneur yet. And that's hard to hear. Like, it sucks hearing that. And what I mean by that is like, I don't think it's fair for somebody to not give to the world and put in the time and like really work on being a good person, and then going into the world and asking for 5K a month, 10K a month type contracts. And what I mean by that is like, I worked in full-time sales jobs for 2 years before I even considered branching out and like having sales be part of like being an entrepreneur, right? And so I worry a lot when we see a lot of people who go from like working a job that didn't really give them very many life skills, or they're still kind of immature in life, or they really haven't had any business experience, and expect to go from that to making 40K a month in 3 months. It just doesn't work that way. I think like you can do side hustle things, and that's great. Like I think everybody should. It's good to be proactive, but I also think it's important to be realistic. And if somebody has zero business experience, they have zero sales skills really, they haven't really sold high ticket contracts before, then they expect to go from that to 40K a month. It doesn't work that way. So I would say probably like, again, like you just need to be very aware of yourself and be very realistic with yourself. And if you're sitting here thinking like, damn, I suck at sales, but I want to be an entrepreneur, like that's awesome. Like hold on to that, but either go get a sales job and learn sales on somebody else's dime, so you're not going bankrupt trying to get good at sales, or like shift gears and figure something else out that you're really good at. Like if somebody listening to this is like, wow, like I hate sales, I'm an introvert, I'm really scared about sales, but I love like Facebook ads, then it's like, dude, awesome. Like own that, get really good at Facebook ads, and like find a business partner who's good at sales and make something happen. So I know that's kind of a lot of thoughts all over the place, but takeaway there should be like, you need to be very honest with yourself and your capabilities and where you're at in life. And then once you have like really done an honest assessment of yourself, then make an action plan from there. But and then on top of that, like I would say you need to have a better reason for starting a marketing agency or being an entrepreneur than financial freedom and like laptop lifestyle. If somebody was like, Brian, I'm starting this business because I want to be financially free and have a laptop lifestyle, that's okay for the start, but you're going to need to develop a better reason than that. And you need to have better motivation than that. And you just won't get very far if money's the motive. Like, Mike, you have a family, like you care way more about your family's well-being than the money that you're bringing in. Obviously they correlate, right? But you have a bigger motive than I'm going to buy a Lamborghini one day.
Yeah, of course. That, I mean, those are excellent points that you brought up, because most of the time, a lot of people don't hear that. I mean, a lot of people really aren't talking about this, especially, in I guess the upper people that, are just trying to, make a buck selling the course. It's like, yeah, this stuff is easy. I have a couple of students that grew from, 0 to 40K in 40 days. So, they just want everything to, just rhyme and, just be, pretty much I understand what they're doing, but I mean, just trying to, sell a product, which I mean, there's really nothing wrong with that. But I mean, the thing is, you really got to dig deeper. See it. I mean, that's the whole aspect of everything. You have two lines, just like we said. You got to start from beginning. You don't see the the process in the middle. They really don't tell you how hard the process is. And no, everybody wants just end results, and they really don't want to go through the process. But that's interesting that you touched on sales, because actually I saw a post earlier, maybe about 2 or 3 months ago, right? Kind of when I was getting into the arena and into the realm of social media marketing. And this guy said, I guess last year, he said, he saw all the success stories, kind of just like we're talking about. And then he said, he said, I tried to do the same thing everybody else was doing, but then he said, I realized, and I had to step back. And he said, I needed to learn, about sales. He said, I needed to learn about mindset, because he said I really didn't have the right type of to mind to go into this arena. He said, if I did get a client, he said, I ended up losing them. And he said, clients just didn't come, easy to me. And actually, I got it right here on the wall. I don't know if you know Owen Lutz or not, but I'm pretty sure I don't know if you've seen him or heard him, I don't know. But actually, he told me, he gave me something to say, man. He said, you need to say this pretty much every day. And, it just talks about sales and kind of like affirmation or whatever, just affirming that, what's going to happen, is going to happen. It's kind of remember, I guess, he kind of reminded me of doing that because I used to do a lot of that stuff, in the past. But and my wife is also big on that. I know I touch a lot on my wife, but I mean, she's actually, the number one reason for my success. The reason why we're having this interview now is actually because of her, because she's always behind me, pushing me, encouraging me, and doing everything that pretty much that I guess a coach or cheerleader would, as far as just or a trainer, coach, however you want to look at it. But she's a big reason for my success, and the reason why I'm on here right now is because she's pushing me. Because I mean, you asked me actually. I told a couple of people this. I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but the thing is, I last year I saw a post because I've been doing a lot of stuff, e-commerce, affiliate marketing, everything like that. And I actually saw a post, and the guy was like, "Hey," he said, "if you want to actually jump out of your job, or if you want to really supplement your income," he said, "you really need to think about being an agent for just running ads and going into doing agency stuff and kind of consulting for businesses and stuff like that." And I looked at him, I was like, "Man, come on, man!" I was like, "Man, I ain't doing that, man. There's no way I'm doing that." Because I know you touched on introverts, and I'm an introvert. I'm an introvert by heart. I mean, I really probably maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, I told my wife, "Is like, man, what's the point of people? Like, we really don't need people." But now I'm trying to get into all kind of circles and everything. So, and that was her. She was like, "Mike, you got to understand that in order to succeed, you're gonna have to have people around you." So I mean, I guess I'm kind of going all over the place too. But I mean, I guess the main point is that you need to just step back and realize it's like, well, what do I need to do as far as social media marketing agency owners out there? You need to step back and say, well, why am I not having the success that everybody else is having? What, skill set do I need? What other, capabilities do I need to make myself, business? Because right now, I'm actually actually my job solely, because I still work my 9 to 5 job, is actually geared more towards just being isolated because it's a lab tech. So pretty much that's what I do. Is like, I want to come to work. I pretty much tell everybody, just leave me alone, let me do my job. And the thing is, I guess I just want to stay isolated and focused. But now I have to come out here and do interviews and talk to people, talk to clients, get on the phone. And it's like, hey man, I'm pushing myself. But I guess that's just another thing. But actually, this interview with you, I don't want to take over, but I mean, it's just, you touched on some good points. And then as far as just having a bigger goal, I mean, Rob Quinn talks about that all the time. He's one of my mentors. And the thing is, you got to have a bigger goal. And I know he did an interview with Akbar Sheikh, and he talked about how Akbar just one day he looked and looked over, I guess he saw a commercial or something, and I guess it was for a significant, I don't remember the exact amount, exact numbers, but he said that he could the commercial said if you gave a certain amount, you would be able to help, I guess, a child or a group, a community overseas or something. And then he looked over at his shampoo bottle and was like, man, my shampoo costs more. One bottle of shampoo costs more than like feeding the whole community. He said that's where he realized, he's like, I got to have a bigger goal. He was like, man, I'm already making all this money and stuff. And he's like, I got to start doing stuff, to help everybody else out, help other people out. So that's, interesting that, you touched on that. Because I guess a lot of people see, all these agency owners and stuff like that. I guess we can, talk about this too. But I mean, it's like, all these people, it's like, why do they need more money? It's like they already have, enough money. It's like, especially these little kids, these little teenagers, it's like they're making all this money. It's like they don't even know what to do with it. So, I mean, obviously, we just had Brian here say that, you need to have a bigger goal, not think specifically about yourself and just finances and money. You need to actually think about, helping other people. So I don't know if you want to just go on, more into that or not. So,
Yeah. Yeah, it's something I've been learning about recently. Like, one of my mentors right now, Taylor Welch, talks a lot about how he feels like, and this is something I believe as well, that like once you develop yourself and you build skill sets that allow you to help other people, and helping translates into more income, right? And that goes back to, if you don't have the skill sets yet, go learn them, then be an entrepreneur, right? Like, if you don't have extraordinary skills yet, like, you need to learn them, then you'll start making money, right? Your income's a reflection of the value you bring to the marketplace. So the point is, once you start bringing income in, it's because you're providing value to other people and you're helping other people. And it's really selfish for me, I feel like it's selfish for me not to go make money. And what I mean by that is I could easily just be like, cool, like I'm comfortable where I'm at, like time to kick it, let's go on vacation. But that's like really selfish. By me not continuing to go out into the marketplace and looking for business owners to help, to look for other people to help, I'm like, not only am I costing my future family money, but I'm also hurting the economy. And I really feel like it's my duty to make a lot of money so I can help more and more and more people because I have the ability to. And so the money, right? Like, yeah, like it will eventually translate to buying a home and all of those things. But if I just stopped where I'm at, there, I honestly believe there'd be thousands of people out there that I wouldn't be able to help. And so by continuing to strive to increase my revenue, I'm also helping more business owners. I'm helping more agency owners, and I'm able to have an impact on the world. And I really feel like it's my duty to do that. So that correlates in a lot with my whys and my motives. But once you have a skill set that really can help other people, it's really your duty, in my opinion, to go help those people and to go find them.
Yeah, that's good. You said that. I wrote down two key, I guess, statements that you made as far as, helping brings more money. And also, income is a reflection of the value you provide. So, that's interesting because I guess I heard, what's his name? Jim Rome. I heard Jim Rome say that. It's like, you want to make more money, it's like you need to, provide more value to the community. But as far as, I guess just, everybody wants to be, as far as, in the social media marketing realm, where there's not even that, other business owners, everybody, especially now, Gary Vee always talks about how, I guess, right now in the space that being an entrepreneur is, popular. So the thing is, I guess I guess according to your words, what is I guess one reason why people fail? I mean, why don't people meet their goals? Why don't they pursue their goals? Why don't they walk in their dreams and their goals? What do you think that reason is?
I would say for the overwhelming population, it's kind of like a two-part answer. Answer one, they don't invest into themselves and like truly invest into themselves. And then two, they don't work hard enough, like frankly. And so what I mean by that is like the majority of that post where I was talking about how I got to 40K, what people don't see is the $15,000-$20,000 that I put in to get to that 40K, right? And so even though 40K is sexy, like, dude, I have expenses, I have taxes, like I have a business partner. I've only brought home $7,500 from the business, right? And so I would say people think that they can invest $1,000 and make $100,000. Doesn't work that way. To make $40,000, I invested $20,000. That's in the form of ads, mentors, primarily books, trainings, things like that, right? People's time. So people neglect the investment big time. They expect to take out more than they put in, and that's a recipe for failure. And then two, they don't match their work ethic with their goals, right? If you only want to work 2 to 3 hours a day, that's fine. Just understand you're probably not going to make more than a few $1,000s a month. It's just how it is, right? Eventually, like obviously there's plateaus and places where like things like that start to even out. But because the majority of our audience here is more in that beginning stage, like the sub 10K a month mark, you need to realize that you have to invest very heavily into yourself. And then two, you have to take the things that you learn from that investment and work ridiculously hard. So if you're somebody and you can't get clients, like you're just struggling to get clients, it's probably because you suck at outreach and you suck at prospecting, or you're not working hard enough. If you suck at prospecting and you suck at outreach, but the work level's there, then dude, you need to invest and pay somebody to teach you how to do what you're not doing right. If your work ethic's not there, it's because your motive sucks and you only think about money, and nobody can help you with that but yourself. So again, it goes back to like being very self-aware, right? If you truly look at yourself and you say, yeah, like I spent 4 hours every single day this week, like prospecting very hard. Like I made X amount of phone calls, I sent X amount of emails, X amount of messages, and it's high numbers, over 100 on each one of those, and you got nowhere. It's because you suck at prospecting, frankly. But if you get to the end of the week and you're like, oh, damn, I called 20 businesses and none of them are interested. It's like, dude, shut up. Like, you're not unsuccessful because you don't have the right script. It's because you're not working. And nobody can help you with that but yourself. So again, goes back to being self-aware. If you're doing the right amount of work but you're not getting results, it's because you're not doing the work well. If you're not getting results and you're not doing enough work, it's because your motive sucks, and nobody can help you with that but yourself. So
Yeah, that's good you said that, because a lot of people, just as we touched on before, they don't see, what the amount of work you put in or the amount of money you put in. They're just looking at, the end results. And yeah, I spent, I guess, a significant amount as well, as far as, investing, not just on, just the social media aspect or marketing part of everything, but also just the fact that the time I invested in other businesses and stuff, because this isn't, really my first business. I've done a lot of, I guess, multi-level marketing businesses and stuff like that. So, that was time invested, and as far as the books and stuff you read too, everybody says that, well, I know one particular person says that the fact that, when you're investing into a person, or when, you talk to a person, you're pretty much getting everything that they've acquired from the mentors, whether books or, whether live mentors, whether going to seminars and everything like that. So that's pretty interesting that you touched on that, and just the fact that people really don't want to work that hard. I mean, there's a lot of lazy people out there in the world that just pretty much just want to stuff to come to them, and they think that they can just I guess sit back in the chair and just imagine, or I guess the big thing now is the secret, but the thing is you have to have action. So I mean, yeah, you got to have the manifestation, you got to have the vision, the dreams, and everything like that, but you have to take action with that. So that's interesting. You said there's two things always. It's not just one particular thing. That I guess helps one entrepreneur get to where they are, or in your case, scale to 40K. I mean, we already heard you say you invested a lot, you put a lot of time in it, you have a business partner. So I mean, there's a lot of moving faucets, moving facets to how you get to where you get when you get successful, when you meet your goals. There's just a lot in there. So I guess this leads us to our last question. It's kind of a laid back question. Some people don't think it's laid back, but I say it's kind of thought provoking. But I guess if you had one superpower, you might have been asked this before, but if you had one superpower, what would it be?
Definitely to be able to read people's minds.
Read people's minds. And then I guess
Yeah.
what's the reason for that?
Like you could rule the world if you could know exactly what people were thinking that were around you, right? Like I just think about some of the sales situations where I've been in, and I know like people aren't being fully honest with me, and sometimes like extracting the truth out of people is a difficult process. So it'd be really awesome to be like to know exactly what their fears are, and know exactly what they're thinking, just so that I could help them better, right? Biggest reason I can't help people is because they don't tell me what's wrong. And so being able to read their mind and know exactly would be a game changer. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's interesting, because we went from mindset to reading minds. So developing your mind to reading minds. So yeah, but obviously, yeah, that would help, especially in sales and everything. How to, I guess, do a selling point, a particular selling point. So I've heard, a couple of people say, read minds. But thank you for joining me for this interview today. And as you heard it, we went from, mindset. So really, I guess the key takeaways that I got, were just pretty much, developing your mind. And then I guess we want to touch on, I guess, just as far as how can people reach you? I mean, you can either send me a link or just, obviously you can't type it in here now. I kind of got a new setup, but actually, yeah, I'll put a link in here how Brian can actually, you guys can reach Brian if you have any questions as far as, if you want to, any questions with sales or just, in the scaling process, because I guess a lot of people don't think that, there's a lot of moving parts. They think that they can just run all the ads or, do all the, do everything themselves. So I guess if you need help in developing a team and anything like that, you can reach out to Brian. He can, I'm sure he's more than willing to help you out. So.
Yeah, what I do, like part of the way I give back right now, is I open up a few 1 to 2 hours every single day that I allow like anybody to just like book a time with me to talk. There's like no pitch, no sales pitch or anything like that. I just very much enjoy like helping people, and like posts on Facebook are great, but I can make a lot of waves in somebody's life in a 45-minute conversation with them. So I'll send you that link. We'll put it in either in the description or in that comment. But if any of you need help, like with your mindset, you feel like you're stuck, if you're not sure if like being an entrepreneur is the thing for you, if you want to talk through improving your sales, you can grab that link, book a time. We'll have a 45-minute chat. I promise, like there's no sales pitch. It really is just like genuine love and support and help that I want to provide. So.
All right, thanks. So you guys reach out to Brian, and you heard what he said. No sales support. So it's pretty much just free advice from a guy that's making already $40K a month. So well, at least the agency is. So just reach out to him, ask him questions, and there you have it. So thank you guys for tuning in. Remember, #live, #replay. Well, the live's gone now, so I guess your #replay. So thanks again for Brian, for tuning in, and you guys have a good one, and we'll be back shortly. All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, Brian. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. That was awesome.
All right. And yeah, you can actually just send me all your information and a message.
Yeah, I'll Facebook message you that link right now.
All right, and then actually what I've been doing, I guess, with people that come on the interviews, I want to keep track of the traffic and everything. So actually, I'm putting those links in. I guess it's like a link tracker or whatever, and then I can determine how many people actually. Because of our interview, how many people clicked the links and went to, your website. Well, I won't be able to determine how, but I can tell how many people clicked the link. So.
Cool, man. I just messaged it over to you on Facebook.
All right. Appreciate it, Brian. Thanks again, man. And let me know if you need anything, any help, whatever, I'm still beginning. So, but I know I'll be leaning on you. So if I had any questions or anything, because actually Dean was the one, I guess, I don't know. How did you get back in touch with me? Because I was talking to Sebastian, and I won't say he brushed me off, but I guess he was trying to sell me a course, or a new course that he had. And I talked to him and I asked him that I wanted to do an interview. And then he told me to reach out to you, but I never really heard anything back from him. So, but how'd you get in touch with me? Did he tell you that Dean? Because I know Dean, I know you had an interview from Dean.
No, I just saw one of your posts and I've seen you working, so I just shot you a message. But
Oh, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. Well,
if there's anything I can do for you.
What'd you say?
Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. All right.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
You as well, brother.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I am live here with Gustin, and we just wanted to get on here and just gives everybody some knowledge about storytelling. I know he does a lot as far as storytelling. He does funnels. He does I guess he creates amazing offers and everything. But I just kind of wanted to get on here and let everybody know that just let him give you some information about storytelling. I think he's been in the business for about 2 years now. So, if anybody that's joining us now, #live if you're on live, and #replay if you were on replay. Yeah, I guess just to get everything, started. How, I guess I was looking at your page yesterday and noticed that you had, I guess it was a specific quote, about your why. And, you said, I guess one morning your wife, I guess left you a note that says, "So grateful that we're allowed to be home, thanks to you." So, could you tell us, a little bit about that as far as your why and everything, and just, help everybody else understand why they need a why?
Yeah, man. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Super excited to be here. Yeah, I always think that the why is very important. And the reason to that is because first of all, so many entrepreneurs get into the game just for the money. And then they wonder why it's not working. And like, it took me 8 months to get my first client. And so during that time, I had to have a strong why. I had to have something deeper than myself and something bigger than myself because if not, I would just gone back to a job, gone back to something safe. But that why pushed me when we almost ended up homeless, when we couldn't pay the bills, when we couldn't pay the rent, stuff like that. So the why always pushed me to find a way, even if it took me a long time. But as I did that, I also grew stronger. So now when I face difficulties and now when I face different stuff, I know it's a part of the game. I know it's going to be there, but I don't see it as a struggle. I see it as a building block. I see it as a part of who I'm becoming. And I think that's aligned with my why is the person I'm becoming. I know like the only reason I'm not where I want to be yet is because I'm not that person yet. Like even if so if I was a if I had $1 billion business, I couldn't handle it because I'm not that person yet. So I think yeah, it's also one of the reasons why I say you should always work on yourself first, because that way you're prepared for the success that you'll have in the future.
That's good. That's good that you say that. And then I wrote down something as far as, because you see, I guess a lot of people talking about, a lot of gurus talking about how they, scaled their agency so quickly. And, they got, so many clients within a certain amount of time. But I mean, you heard it from Gustin here, who just said, he had, it took him 8 months to get his first client. So, I mean, that's the importance of having a why, because
and I mean, after that, like it's pretty much copy paste or like duplication after that. So once you have a client, and I did it the wrong way. So there's the wrong way to do it, and then there's the right way to do it. I did it the wrong way, and it took me 8 months to get one client. But then as soon as I got a client, I could just duplicate that process and get more clients. So I think for everybody who's struggling right now and they're just getting started, I think one, they should pick a niche. That's one thing I did. Like one of the mistakes that I did was just going and trying to help everybody. And that put me in a position of like a generalist, not a specialist. So if you can pick a niche and become really good at helping those people within that niche, now you can, for example, let's say that you help restaurants, just to take an example, and you become like, you give them a result. Say you get them 30 new leads every week or something, whatever. Now you can create a case study of that and give that to other restaurant owners. And now you become that person who's like the go-to guy, the big fish in a small pond, compared to just being the guy who's doing like graphic design, video, photo, website, funnels, Facebook ads, Instagram link. They're doing everything for everybody. And that means they're not a specialist at anything. They're just a generalist for everybody.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Specialist versus generalist. So yeah, a lot of people, especially when they're first getting into the arena. I mean, I'm kind of the same way even right now. Just what niche do you go after? A lot of people have a hard time going after or niching down, so they say, just picking one particular niche, because I guess they see the need. I mean, obviously every business needs this, but I mean, just as Gustin said, you need to niche down. And actually, I just wanted him to go over, I guess, storytelling and everything, because I mean, I heard, Ty Lopez is big on this as far as, developing a story for not just your own business and your own agency, but, for your clients as well. So, I mean, I guess, what are some practical things that we can do as far as, just develop a story just around a certain brand? Because actually, I was talking to a guy, I guess, the other day, we're actually thinking about going after a few restaurants as far as partnership and everything, but he had actually I did too, had a hard time as far as just restaurants and everything. How can you develop a story for a restaurant? I mean, I don't know which niche or anything like that you're in, but I mean, do you have any ideas for that? Or
so right now I'm in the niche of coaches and consultants. So I'll switch to that niche because I always follow my passion, and I'm really passionate working with people, not just corporations. Like I want to be like more one-on-one and see an individual come from zero and grow. But yeah, so that's my niche right now, and that's pretty much like lead generation and clients. But and that's, like I said, like when you work with coaches and consultants, that's like building a personal brand. So I work with their storyline, like their backstory, their background, their epiphany moment, the struggles, the ups and downs, and everything that like led them to the person that they are today, and leveraging that to build a brand that then builds connection with their audience, so that they can get clients, especially inbound clients. So we focus a lot on that. But you're asking like, how can a restaurant owner use storytelling in their business, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So there's many ways to use storytelling. For an example, let's say that you're hosting an event, so or whatever. Like I'm just taking a an example of my like on the top of my mind. But say you're hosting an event or you're doing a like what's the wrong way of doing that? What's the way that most people are doing it? It's just like putting it out there, or it's kind of like launching a course. So I'm like, hey, I just launched this course. It's amazing, and just talking about the features and benefits. It's 20% off for the first 10 people. It's really good. It's gonna help you with X, Y, and Z, and then listing the stack, and that's it. And then crickets, because nobody has a connection to why you're doing what you're doing. They just know the benefit, and everybody has benefits and focus on quality. Yeah, we're better than everybody else. So even for a restaurant, if everybody goes and like, yeah, our food is the best and our price is the lowest, and they just focus on benefits and features, they're no different than anybody else. But as soon as you put a face behind the business and you use stories, for example, we did an example with one of our local clients here, and we took professional photos of the thing that they're doing versus the person behind the people behind the things that they're doing. So we just put it out there, got a couple of likes on the professional photo with a good text, but then we did a new post with the person behind doing it, how what the person liked doing, why they love customer service, why they love what they're doing and serving their community and stuff like that. And it got to a more personal level. So now their audience got context to the content and understood the person behind it. And suddenly it became, because you see a lot of business owners and companies that just like robots, like, yeah, you have a nice website design, but who are you behind your website? Like, who are the people working there? Why are you doing what you're doing? And there's no connection really. So that seems spammy. But as soon as you talk about why you're hosting the event, maybe you include a little bit of social proof, testimonials of people that you work with, and suddenly you're not buying from the business, you're buying from the people who owns the business. So for example, if it's a restaurant owner, what are some personalities or characteristics of the restaurant's personnel, not just the owner, but the people working there? Like how are the people in there? Are they like, what's the brand style, so to speak? Like, are they like humorous people? Are they premium? Like, what's the brand all about? And when you share that through storytelling, you build a brand message, and that's how you connect with your audience.
Yeah, that's interesting. You said, just to, pick out one key thing that you say, you said, I guess the restaurant pretty much, or the business itself, needs to give context to the content. I guess a lot of people don't understand, what they're buying into, but when you give them, context to, what they're buying into, I think, it's easier to, also not only for I guess the clients you're going after to, to purchase in, but also to, I guess the customers that you're actually servicing for, the business you're servicing.
Yeah.
For. So that's interesting. I guess.
And also,
go ahead.
Also, yeah, I want to add to the storytelling part. Like, a story can be complicated, like a personal backstory of like a rough childhood or whatever. Like, that could be very complicated. Another way to use storytelling is to touch on the feelings that the service will deliver. So not focusing on the product itself, but the emotions or the status or you know what I mean? So like, for example, Harley Davidson, they're not going like, hey, we got this great engine with blah, blah, blah. They have a picture of the feeling of freedom. So somebody's like driving and the caption says something of like, life is supposed to, something with freedom. And like, you feel from the picture to the copy, it's all about freedom. So that means for their audience, like, in order for you to experience true freedom, you need a Harley Davidson. So that's another type of storytelling.
Yeah, that's interesting because I talked to, I don't know if you know Saba Ali or not, but she talks a lot
Yeah.
about, psychology and stuff of, marketing and selling and, producing ads online. So that's interesting because when I had an interview with her and she touched on that, just the psychology of marketing and everything. So,
Yeah.
that's
Pretty interesting.
yeah, because a lot of people really don't think about that. Like I said, pretty much on her interview, it's just people are, they just throw ads up, kind of like paint, man. When you paint, there's a technique that you got to, go through. So, I mean, some people just want to take the bucket and just splatter it all on the wall. So, I mean, as far as, not using a particular brush, because I mean, I don't know, I don't paint that much, but the thing is, I know when I first did, when I first started painting, it was like, well, which brush do you use? And somebody, I talked to a couple of guys, was like, well, what you need to do is take the roller and, go up the wall, but don't go all the way because you need a trim brush to go around the trim and the top. So you don't, I guess,
Yeah.
especially you're painting on the wall because you got the floorboard and then you got the, the ceiling and everything. But I don't know how I turn this into painting, but, just to use it.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same in marketing. Like there's a psychology behind brand message, but then from like brand awareness to problem awareness to solution awareness to people actually purchasing. There's different levels of content that you can produce that takes them from a prospect to a lead and a customer.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess what would be your, well, let me kind of, I guess, transition a little bit and, talk, I guess, dig deep down into, I guess, your mind or whatever. But what would be, I guess, one thing that you would attribute to your success as far as, just making it through?
A mentor. That's it.
Mental.
A mentor. Yeah, because that's what changed everything for me. So I was doing this on my own, and I was working a lot, long days. I would study YouTube, Google, read books, all of these things, which is great. Like it's always good to learn. But but then one day I was sick and tired of like trying to come up with everything myself, and I said like there has to be a better way. And it was. I just had to model after somebody who was already doing what I wanted to do. So I went online, I went on Facebook, and I said, okay, who's in my age? Because I didn't want to like learn from a Tony Robbins or somebody. Like I wanted somebody my age, a little bit ahead. So like six figures ish, not 7, 8 figure people. Like I'm a zero. I want to learn to six figures. Okay, I did that. I got to 1K per month, to 10K per month, now to 20K per month. And so I always learn from like people above me. And I think they just show me the path. And as entrepreneurs, we always want to create our own paths, and we always want to be creative, which is fine, but just use the frameworks or the blueprint from somebody else. And once that is working, you can add your own taste to it, your own flavors, your own personality and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I just read a book, Still Like an Artist, and it's pretty much the basis of the book is pretty much you just look at other people's content and then just put it into, their other words. Because the guy that wrote the book, he's actually an artist, and he said, what makes an artist original is the fact that they take different things from a lot of people and they make it their own. So that's interesting that you say that because I mean, I know a lot of entrepreneurs, I guess somebody told me, one of my mentors actually told me, I have several mentors as well. So one of them told me, a lot of people don't, I guess, a lot of people don't start because they don't know, they're scared about, creating new content. But the thing is, I don't know if you're a follower of the Bible or not, but I know a lot of people know the Bible, so they know quotes in the Bible. But the thing is, the Bible talks about there's nothing new under the sun. So, anything
Yeah.
that, I mean, everything that we've seen, everything that we've done, I mean, look, the screen that we're looking up on, pretty much somebody might have thought about this, back in whenever, the 18, 17, 1600s. But the thing is, they didn't implement it back then. So, I mean, there's really nothing new under the sun. So, and then obviously,
I like how you took the Bible and found marketing strategies there.
oh, actually, some people use the Bible as a marketing strategy. So, well, I won't go into that, but that'll be kind of controversial. But yeah, um, let's see. Yeah, so I guess what is one thing that I guess you would say that most entrepreneurs see you doing that they would not do? I mean, as far as how do you go outside of the lines? I mean, what do you think that, or one particular thing or several things that you do that a lot of other entrepreneurs don't do, and some entrepreneurs would actually find the fact that you're doing it, just inappropriate or not right, or they don't agree with it?
Well, one of the things is 2017, I had 4 days off. So one of the days I had off was when we got our first baby. I mean, we only have one, but it was our first baby. So I have a daughter, she's 1 year old. And that was one day I had off. But then the next day already, I was back, we're in the hospital and we're waiting to get home. And my phone is ringing, I have my laptop and I'm back to work. And so that's something controversial of like people don't realize what it really takes. Or maybe I'm just not that smart and I have to work harder. Uh, but like I work a lot. So I work anything between 12 to 16 hours per day. And people don't always resonate with that. They don't agree. They're like, yeah, that's not healthy. You have a wife and a kid. Like, I get it, but at the same time, if you have ambitions, like if you have goals, you have to prioritize. Like, you always have to give up some. Like there's, for example, there's books and videos and stuff about having it all, which is completely false. You can have it all. Like you cannot have it all. You have to give up things and you have to sacrifice things. And it's up to you to choose what you want to sacrifice. Because if you never sacrifice anything, um, then what you want will become the sacrifice. So I think for me, I sacrifice a lot of time with my family, with my friends. I sacrifice traveling. Like I see an event in the US and I'm like, that would be cool, but it would take me a week. So it would take me 2 days to travel there and then 2 days at the event, 2 days back. And then I have jet lag because I'm from Finland and stuff like that. So I'm like, I have to sacrifice things like that to be productive in my own business. And that's just because my ambitions are that big that I need to be focused, like laser focused on one thing and not doing all these different things. Another thing that I think most people do is having shiny object syndrome. So I think, again, if you can not look at what everybody else is doing, and if you can produce more content than you're consuming, you don't have to worry about what everybody else is doing. And I think, yeah, that's helped me also be productive and be focused on what I need to do.
Yeah, you're dropping some key points on here. I mean, if you guys are agreeing with this, whoever's on, I know Devin hopped on with us. What's going on, Devin? And I just wanted to, I mean, he's dropping some, key knowledge here as far as, sacrifices. Like, look, he said, you're going to have to sacrifice some kind of way. A lot of people don't think about that. A lot of people say, well, I'm just going to, continue to live my normal life, go to my 9-to-5 job, not try to, develop a business or start a business or anything. And, the fact is, they're sacrificing their time pretty much just like, you're saying now, sacrificing your time. So, I mean, either you're going to sacrifice, in the fact that you're going to lose time with your family, or, you're going to sacrifice in the fact that it's going to be hard. Cause I mean, not every day, especially being an entrepreneur, going against the grain, going against the mold, going against the current is not, it's not always, bright and, dandy and happy and everything. Because I mean, you heard Gooston say right now, you heard him say at the beginning of the interview, it took him 8 months to get his client. And a lot of y'all are complaining and saying it's like, but you got to understand the process. You got to get through the process. And I mean, that's just interesting you said that. And then I wanted to touch on another point, kind of like, I guess we're kind of going segment by segment, but I want to jump back to the other segment because I wrote it down, but then, we kind of transitioned a little bit. But you talked about mentors and just having mentors. I mean, the thing is, there's only certain things that you can do on your own, because you heard Gooston say, he was trying to, do a lot of it on his own. He said he was doing everything he needed to do as far as the training. He was reading books, but nothing was really, happening. So sometimes you have to, well, I know somebody once said, some things can't be taught, like in a classroom, but some things only can be caught. So, the way that you catch stuff is, just by, hanging around or seeing other people doing it. So, I mean, I don't know, how do you pick your mentors, Gooston, as far as, who do you go out and look at and say, well, I think I want this guy to, be our lady?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, great question. So I pick my mentors as, like, I ask myself a question, right? I ask myself, like, would I want to switch place with that person? Would I want to live that sort of lifestyle? So even if, let's say I want to launch a course, right? Or a coaching program, and I have two different coaches. One of them is living a life where, you know, he's just partying and he's promoting his business through a party lifestyle and selling the party dream like lifestyle. And then we have a coach who's actually working, he's spending time in the business, crafting his product and like really perfecting it. And he's always focused on becoming better. Like he's always going to events, learning from his mentors and stuff, and always. And then I go like, which one would I rather learn from? They're selling the same thing, but which one would I rather learn from, and which one would I switch place with? So again, that just proves that's just proof that storytelling is key in your business. So because they are telling stories, whether that's through written photos and or videos, they're telling stories about their life. And so because they're doing that, I can relate to them, to one or the other. And that's how I pick my mentors.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Um, so I guess we kind of want to transition down. I don't know. Some people think this is a hard question. This will actually be the last question that I ask you. But I don't know. Some people think this is a hard question. I think, just kind of a laid back question. But if you were to have, if you were given the opportunity to have one superpower, what superpower would you choose and why?
So if I was allowed to have one superpower, which one would it be and why?
Yeah.
Honestly, bro, it would be to open the doors of social media, and every message that I put out there would just go and it would be put on all like everybody's screens. Because the reason why I do everything I do is it's not just marketing or making money or building a business. Like I have a deeper why, which is improving the quality of mankind. So I want to inspire people. I want to educate people. And I want to free them from for an example, I think freedom, like true freedom, comes not from just making a lot of money, but actually being able to go and not care about what anyone thinks of you. So like if you want to start a business, not just because a lot of people like, okay, I'm going to start my business. The first thought that they have is, what are my parents going to say? What are my friends going to say? What are they going to think of me? And some people even have people come up to them and be like, yo, you think you're special? You think you're different? Like, why do you think you can do this? You have no degree. Like, I'm a college dropout too. So I get it. Like a lot of people would ask me like, why did you have 15 different jobs at the age of 21? Like, why did you drop out of school? Like, maybe you should get your life together. Maybe you should just get a job. Maybe you should just quit and go back to your job. And I think if I can just help people realize that they have God-given gifts and talents that they just have to master and grow into. It's not just about studying and learning. It's about growing into that person that is going to be able to have that sort of business or lifestyle. So I just like my superpower would be breaking through all of the social media and the atmosphere out there, and just being able to put my posts and my messages. I want to reform the educational system. I want it to be more problem and solution oriented, not so much information and theory.
Yeah, that's good. You said that. I guess you pretty much just want to, have a superpower to break through the algorithm of no matter what platform it is, and just just pretty much bypass it and let your information go viral every time you go online. So that's a
Yeah,
good
bro.
point.
That would be, I would have 2 billion impressions per day, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty much unheard of. That's more than a lot of people have. So yeah, but I guess what's the best? What do you say?
Imagine the clients I could get if I said, hey, yo, I'm getting 2 billion impressions per day. You want to hire me?
Yeah, that's a quick hire right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Justin Gustin, what's the best way to for people to reach out to you? I mean, you can send me a link in the box, and I'll just come in and put it down. But if you want to mention it now, that way people can actually those visual audio people. So.
Yeah, so the best way to reach me is, so I think my friend request limit has been full for a while, so that's already at 5,000. But you can follow me. So go to my profile and try to friend request me. That will follow me, and once I clean that up more, always delete, the inactive friends, and then we can connect. Always like to connect with like-minded people like you guys in this group, and Mike as well. So that's one way. And then the other way is joining my Facebook group called Personal Branding for Entrepreneurs. So I deliver stuff like personal branding, storytelling, free trainings, and stuff like that. Everything you need to grow your personal brand and get clients.
All right. Thanks so much, Gusten, for coming on and dropping wisdom and knowledge for the people. That way they can, help. They can grow their agency quick. They can scale it quick. So I got a motto here, I'll say always be moving, because, an object at rest stays at rest. So anybody that's on here now, hashtag ABM, always be moving. And I got another hashtag, let's go scale. So I appreciate it, Gusten, and we'll be back on.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one, man.
You too. Bye.
All right. All right. Appreciate it, man. I guess what's the easiest way? Actually, you can the links and everything you can send me in Messenger. And actually what I've been doing is I've been link tracking. Are you still on? Hello? Oh. Hello, what's going on, everybody? Just trying to set up. There's always some type of technical difficulties or something going on when you're using Be Live and you're trying to schedule your time, somebody else's time. But I have the privilege of having Abby Walla on our show. I hope I said that right. Actually, I guess they call her. I guess they call it. It looks like my screen froze. I don't know. Yeah, something going on with my internet. So hopefully, you'll be able to get.
I think I can see you in the group. It looks like.
So that's good. That's good. But so I think they call her what, Waba or Waba or whatever.
No, that's not a thing that people call me. That's the thing that Simon calls me.
I thought that was a nickname. Everybody gave him. So Rob Quinn is on there. I don't know. Can you see the comments but anyway, Rob said he has the first comment. So
obviously.
So that's good that he's tuning in. Looks like we got 2 viewers on. But yeah, I just wanted to thank Abby for coming on, because she's always busy. She's doing a lot of stuff. And I guess originally I saw her when she was interviewing with Rob. That was a while ago. I know we just kind of talked about that before we got on. And then I'm in a mastermind, obviously, and I hear feedback in my mic. That's pretty interesting too. Usually it doesn't happen until I go live. But I met her, I guess, saw her online, when Rob was interviewing her, and it seems like, she had a pretty interesting story. Then I found out that actually somebody I interviewed, I guess, sometime within the past 2 months, because I really only been doing this for 2 months or so, actually Mackenzie Lieberman, who I actually ended up meeting her at J.R. Rivas's conference in Atlanta. So, and then I found out that you actually trained under her. So they call her the bot queen. So I said, well, Abby must be the bot princess or something. So, so I just wanted, and then also, as I was saying, don't act like you're, Rob says, don't act like you're not excited. I'm on. So, Rob, everybody gets excited when you're on. I mean, you're the man with the plan, man, growing.
And it's his birthday.
Oh, yeah, that is right. I forgot. He didn't say anything about it, because we just had a mastermind call one day this week. And he said, actually yesterday. So he said, he didn't say anything about it being his birthday, but actually, I made a comment on his page that actually my birthday is next Wednesday on the 16th. I'll be 40 years old. So that's a good thing. Obviously, let's get into the interview. Rob's distracting me. So, but yeah, and she actually came on our mastermind and gave us some actual advice. I mean, that's something if you have a mastermind and you're hosting it, which Rob was hosting it, and he actually had another person come on. So obviously, he figured that she had value. So I was like, well, let me go ahead and interview her, even though I wanted to interview her anyway. But just the fact that she came on and she actually gave some valuable tips. So Abby, if you want to start with just how you got started. I mean, just pretty much how you got started, give your background, because I think obviously I know you're doing this part-time, so I don't know if you want to get into that, but I'll just let you have the floor now. I guess that was a long introduction, but now you can have the floor and talk as long as you want to.
So I'll just give you a quick overview to get started. So I live in Los Angeles. I work as an actor and a writer. I had if you know much about being an artist, a lot of times you have to have some part-time gigs as you're, building your career. I've had a lot of soul-sucking ones and was looking for something better where I felt like I was going to be energized and feel like I could add value and also not be exchanging just like hourly time for money. So I guess now it's 2 years ago, since we're in 2019 now, I had done a crowdfunding campaign for a short film that I had wrote, produced, and was starring in. And I worked with this crowdfunding coach, and through using a lot of methods on Facebook, we actually raised $20,000 on our first day for our crowdfunding campaign, which was like a massive feat for us. And from there ended up raising $50,000 within that month. From that, I was like really like shocked by the power of what can happen, when you're really like using Facebook effectively. And the guy who had taught me how to crowdfund had recommended Dan Henry's course to me to start getting into more of learning how to do Facebook ads and running an agency. So I started learning how to do that. I started my agency about a little more than a year ago now, and was doing it part-time, was able to scale up to Dan's 10K club pretty quickly within a few months, and have been sustaining that in the past year. And then now where I am, coming into 2019, is I've just hired my first assistant. I'm building out my team, and really looking to take the agency stuff to the next level. And then also, incorporating like some digital products and other more passive income.
So yeah, that's a pretty interesting, story. And as far as I guess I've never really talked to, I guess, an actor, before. So, I mean, what have you been in any movies or anything like that, or?
Yeah, I've done a good amount of TV stuff. I've been on, I had a recurring role on this ABC family show called Switched at Birth that I was on for a bit. I've been on Dear White People on Netflix. I was on the Middle. I've been on a variety of things. And then I also write. And so I had this short film that I've been doing the film festival circuit with, and won a bunch of awards for that last year, which was really fun. So I've been traveling around with my film, and then also writing next projects and stuff now as well.
So, I mean, how do you find time to do all this stuff? Obviously, you have to have, I guess, time management. And,
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do for time management? I mean, do you chunk your time? Do you have an actual set schedule? Because I've kind of heard, different things, different people do different things. I was actually told by, actually, it was Ty Lopez's cousin. Her name eludes me right now. What's her name? I forgot. Maya. Yeah. So she actually told me to, because I guess I did a post, and I guess I'm in one of their mastermind groups, and she told me to actually chunk my time. It was a book that she recommended me reading. She said, chunk your time, like, do certain things at certain, try to do something for like 2 or 3 hours at a time. And I'm still trying to get, implement that. But then my wife is actually pretty much minute by minute, hour by hour, even though she says she's really not. I don't think it's, as bad as, well, I won't say bad. To me, that's bad, because I hate scheduling. But I mean, I don't think she does it, quite as, I guess, stringent as she used to. But I guess as far as, how do you, I mean, what do you recommend? What is your schedule?
So it's definitely a work in progress. When I was starting my agency, I really needed to kind of just dive into it. And so it was just, I was in kind of a tight spot when I was launching my agency. And so I was just kind of doing everything at all hours to try to make it happen. Now that I'm in a place where it's a little bit more manageable, I'm really trying to get better structure around my working time. So one thing that helps me a lot is I do this thing in the morning called Morning Pages, and it's from this book called The Artist's Way, but a lot of people who aren't artists use it as well. And it's basically like 3 pages of freehand, just like a mind dump. Like you just write for 3 pages. It usually takes about 20 minutes, and it's not supposed to be like anything good. It's just like when you wake up, getting everything kind of out of your mind and on paper. So sometimes it's kind of a mix of like to-do lists and random thoughts, so that you can basically get all that out and start the day in like a grounded way. For me, it kind of serves as a little bit of a meditation, which I also want to incorporate, but have kind of been anchoring in the Morning Pages for now. And then so I've really been trying to be strict with myself because I get so caught up on social media because we're working on social media, to not even touch my social media until after I've done my morning pages and taken my dog for a walk. So I've like gotten outside and into the world a little bit before I'm like stuck on the computer. And then what I've been really trying to do is use my morning time for my creative work, for my writing, things like that, where I really need my brain at its like freshest, most creative place. And then use the afternoon for my agency work. Of course, some days, depending on what's going on, that doesn't always happen in the way that I want it to, but that's sort of my goal. One thing I found in terms of time management that helps me a lot is, I don't know if you've tried the Pomodoro technique, where you basically work in 25-minute sprints and then you have 5-minute breaks. And for me, I have found that, breaking it up into those smaller chunks rather than saying like, here's 3 hours. If I break it up into 25 minutes and specific tasks that I have to complete in those 25 minutes, I found that I'm way more effective. And it's amazing how fast I can get things done when I'm focused and I'm not, having one tab open on Messenger and one tab open on this and one tab open on that, but really being disciplined about, in those 25 minutes, here are the only things that I'm doing, and taking all other distractions away.
That's pretty interesting. I know you mentioned that on the mastermind as far as working.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I guess it's like, I guess a lot of people when they work out, sometimes they are trying to burn cardio, burn fat or whatever.
Yeah.
They'll do like sprints, and then they'll stop,
Mhm.
walk for a little bit, sprint, then stop, kind of like, well, I guess
Right.
intervals, it's called intervals or whatever.
Mhm.
But I'm interested because I was reading something somewhere, and actually somebody said what you said as far as that mind dump, where they said they
Yeah.
wake up, and I think that might be, I guess, just for, maybe that's just in the writer's world, because I was reading a website, I guess it was somehow, I don't know, something came across my feed on Facebook somehow, some kind of way. I don't know
Yeah.
how. I mean, I guess I might have clicked on something, like something or
Right.
something. But anyway, they're talking about, I guess it was writer, and somehow I guess authors or something popped up on there, and then I kind of went and go off on a tangent, kind of like, you were saying in Facebook, how you go to social media, we're working on social, and then we get sidetracked, and the next thing you know, we've been spending 2 or 3 hours on something that
Right.
we never even intended to. So I mean,
For
kind of,
sure.
what is it, down the rabbit hole or whatever, and then up the rabbit hole and around the rabbit hole and just everywhere. But the thing is, as far as yeah, I was a writer. She said that's what she does every morning. She wakes up and she just
Mhm.
writes down, pretty much. I mean, what do you do with? Because I mean, obviously, if you're doing this every day, do you go back and look at that, or is it just something that you said you write your task on there? Or, I mean, what is it? Just
You don't really need to go back and look at it, except for, I work with a writing coach, and she was saying I should start going back and looking, like at the end of each notebook that I get through, go back and look through it and like highlight kind of important things that came up, because sometimes you'll spend like 1 or 2 pages and it's just like random shit that's coming across your mind, and then maybe on the last page you actually have some like really good ideas about your business or about the thing I'm writing or my story or whatever. And so sometimes really good stuff emerges out of it, but it takes like a couple pages of sort of clearing your mind to then have those great ideas emerge, because you just have to give, we're just constantly being stimulated. There's just like a constant influx between like social media and everything. So it's just like giving your brain time to like breathe and have some space so that you can actually allow space for those ideas to come up, rather than just always being like pushing and not giving yourself that space to really come up with stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting that you say that, because I know a lot of people always struggle with where do I get content from? How do I create content?
Yeah.
Especially when you're working on personal branding. And that's pretty interesting that you say that, because a lot of people say, well, they clear their mind, they actually just meditate and they go pretty much in isolation. So do you perform meditation, or is this in combination with your meditation?
So I used to meditate more. I haven't really been doing it for a while. I want to get back into it, so I can't speak on it like too much. But I've found that doing the writing has been super helpful. And then, and also just like going for walks. Like I have a dog, so like I have to take him for walks, but it's actually great because it helps me break up the day. Because sometimes you just need to like get away from the computer and go out into the world. So that's like one thing I think a lot of people get caught up in, is just, like you were saying, that rabbit hole, and all of a sudden several hours have passed, and what have you really gained from that? Probably not much. And so, just kind of taking those breaks, going for a walk, and, get out in the world, and then you'll have a lot more ideas come from there. And then, you're not just recycling everybody else's content, but you're coming up with your own unique brand.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I wanted to touch on personal branding, but first, I forgot to ask for the engagement. I usually forget to do that. I just go straight into the interview. But if you guys are having any type of value, I want you to put a 1 in there, instead of doing the hashtag lives and all that. I mean, you can do that as well. Hashtag live, hashtag replay. But if you're feeling, getting any value, because really we're not talking about, necessarily social media stuff, but this goes along with social media, because your mind has to be right. You got to have a great mindset to, accomplish anything, to be successful in anything. Hey, even if you're still working your 9-to-5 job, you got to have a right mindset. You're going there with the wrong mindset, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to actually, you're just going to you're going to put out negative energy. So, I mean, the thing is, you got to have a positive mindset, and you got to also, clear your mind. So, speaking on personal branding, I know actually you mentioned in our mastermind, as far as, I guess, some of the things that we're doing in our right now. I guess we're beginning agency owners, which, well, you're beginning as well. But the situation that you mentioned to us was the fact that we are working on our personal branding. So how important is personal branding to you personally, especially, doing everything you're doing, author, writer, blogger, SMMA, and everything else? How important is personal branding?
I think it's important, and I think it's awesome. And honestly, I haven't really done much of it for this field, and I've still been able to make to really grow my agency. I try to keep a lot of my social stuff still more actor, writer focused, because that's my main career and passion. So that's one thing I do bring up, is because a lot of times people, try to find these roadblocks of like, my agency isn't working because I don't post enough on Facebook, or because this, or because that. And I'm like, I didn't do any of that, and I was still able to make my agency really grow and work. So branding is awesome. And if you are in a mastermind like Rob's, like you are in, and you are committing your entire focus to, building an agency and doing SMMA, it's the weirdest acronym, definitely that stuff is super helpful. But at the same time, don't let the fact that you haven't branded yourself stop you from moving forward. So that's one thing I know I mentioned to you guys when I was talking to you, is like, don't give yourself those excuses like, I don't have enough people in my group, or I don't brand enough on Facebook. You can still grow your agency, because I didn't have any of that stuff when I was starting out, and just now am I starting to incorporate some of that stuff that you guys are having from the beginning.
Yeah, that's interesting. You said that, as far as because I was thinking about this the other day when I was driving somewhere, probably to work. That's most of the only places I drive. Pretty much, at home, I'm isolated. I guess kind of like Rob. Rob said he never really goes out that much. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's another thing. I mean, that's the life of a, entrepreneur, especially if you're doing everything online. I mean, maybe if you have a brick and mortar, you might not be doing that. But I mean, especially if you're doing things online, pretty much going to be isolated. And I mean, so you say you want all this success and everything, but then, it's find you out at wherever you are, at the club, or, going to work, or, whatever else. I mean, yeah, you got to take care of everything you do. But I mean, what are you doing in your free time? That's the most important thing. And then, like I was thinking, you talked about not having enough, people in your group, or not doing personal brand. I mean, yeah, everybody has an excuse. I mean, your mind's going to give you an excuse, or your body's going to give you an excuse as to why you should not do something. So the thing is, I mean, you just heard Abby say, just pretty much get out there and, make action. She said the reason why we don't, I mean, I guess Rob pulled her on there because Rob said I'm a hermit. Rob said he's a hermit. So
that's true. That's true.
But yeah, you're always going to your body. I mean, you're always going to have excuses or whatever, as far as why you should or should not do anything. But I know she was getting on to us, because I guess, that's where I was going. Rob distracted us again. Come on, Rob. But obviously we I just lost my train. Well, yeah. So the situation is, as far as
he brought me on to be like both good cop and bad cop for you guys. So basically just be like, you guys aren't, there's no excuses. You guys just aren't pushing enough. And I always like to say, it's imperfect action. I can be a perfectionist and it's something I've really had to work on, because that just stops you from taking action. You know, if you're waiting for everything to be perfect before you take a step forward, you're never going to take that step forward. So you really have to just get over yourself and just start taking action, and just know, you know, if you're doing cold emails or cold calls or whatever you're doing, you might get some negative responses, whatever, move on, keep going. So don't let those excuses become the reason that you're not taking steps forward. You know, so imperfect action, but action is really important, consistent action. Because like I said, it was like, you know, it's not like, you know, I'm an out of work actor and writer. I was juggling doing many projects at the same time as starting my agency. It's not like you know, I did a TV pilot. Like I said, I was traveling with my film. I have had a lot of stuff going on at the same time. So to be able to juggle all of that and build my agency, it was hard and it took a lot of discipline. But that's why I say, you know, if you have a 9 to 5 that you're having to do for a while, like that's fine, but just really commit to taking those consistent steps of action and not let your excuses get in the way.
Yeah, I know that's interesting. You said imperfect action. I mean, I know I have a actually, I guess, a motto here, hashtag ABM, where you're always moving. You know, always be moving. So and I mean, that's the situation. You know, you always got to constantly make steps and take steps. And
Yeah.
you know, whether you're I mean, whether you're fearful or not, I guess that's your dog in the background. There's no big.
Yeah, he is.
There's
The
no big
mailman.
But yeah, so so taking, you know, imperfect action. I mean, just as long as you are taking, you know, some type of action, as long as you're making progression, as long as you're moving forward. I mean, you heard pretty much Abby say that. I guess, what is the number one thing that actually caused you to, I guess, accelerate so quickly? I mean, as far as in your agency.
One thing is I mean, just taking action, committing to it, not stopping until it worked. And, you know, I think in terms of scaling my actual agency, sorry, there was just a weird noise that distracted me. In terms of scaling my actual agency, one thing that I did was I implemented a referral program for my clients, where I said that if they referred me 3 clients who became 3 businesses that became paying clients, I would give them 1 month free. And I also told all my friends that if they referred me to a business that became a paying client, that I would give them $200. So I immediately had one friend that took me up on that, and then some of my initial clients ended up referring me to other people. So I was able, you know, because I was doing such a good job for them, they started referring me to a lot of people, because it incentivized them to, of course, get a free month. And so from there, it really snowballed very quickly. So once I got those first few clients, I was able to scale really quickly just based on referrals. And to be honest, in the entirety of last year, after I got my initial clients, I didn't do any kind of cold outreach or outreach at all. Actually, I just was able to grow my agency purely on referrals, and I still get them to this day. Only now am I really taking purposeful action for client acquisition, because now I'm getting systems set up to really scale it at a different level. But I was able to really do it based on referrals, because, you know, I was adding a lot of value to what they're doing. So there is something to be said for just like showing up, doing a good job, and then having people refer you.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know I guess it was a lady that I interviewed early on. I met her in the Ty Lopez Mastermind. Her name was Anna, and she actually grew her agency that way as well. She was like, you know, if you're having difficulty getting clients, and reach out to your friends and have them, you know, refer you. And then once you get those businesses on, show them results, then have those businesses refer you to other businesses. So
it's a lot easier, because then it's a warm lead versus a cold lead. You know, if you have that friend introduce you, or if you have that client send an email saying, hey, we're already getting great results, you should work with her, that is a much easier phone call to get on versus, you know, some random business that doesn't know anything about you and gets 10 emails a day about people offering to do free trials or whatever. So, you know, definitely tap into your network.
And then you're also saving money as far as not being, you know, having to run ads and all that stuff. So, I mean, you know,
so,
I mean, she doesn't have much overhead, and then she doesn't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah, the amount of money I just dropped today on this new client acquisition thing that I'm doing, I was like, oh shit. But it's, it's next level stuff. And I wouldn't have been able to even afford that last year. But to be able to like drop a huge chunk of change on it, it's not something you can really do when you're starting out.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially if you're really just starting out and you don't have
Yeah.
any income coming in.
I didn't. Yeah. No, I put Dan Henry's course on a credit card. So I was not flush.
But I guess you have been, promoted or whatever you call, I guess, going from a princess to a queen. But Rob actually calls you, he says Abby is the referral queen.
Oh.
Yeah, so obviously, I guess you're pretty good with that. But I know you're pretty stringent, pretty strict with your time. So I know you need to go ahead and head off.
We can do it. If you have a few more questions, I'm good. I know it took us a little time to get started with the technical stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's fine because I'm pretty much I'm getting ready to I'm getting ready to wind it down anyway because
okay.
I obviously as people pretty much join in now we're getting ready to
of course. If anyone has any last questions, I know we didn't even get into like bots or any of that stuff. So if people come up with questions, if there's any difficult technical stuff they want to go over.
Yeah, actually, you can give out a quick, overview of what it is about. I mean, McKinsey kind of did that, but I mean, how do you use bots? Or actually, let me just ask you, what type of businesses are you running bots for? I mean, what are some good businesses, or just businesses that you've been running bots for?
Yeah, everything. So I've used bots for recruiting, for for companies that are recruiting people. That's worked really well. There's a company that I started working with at the beginning of last year, and I can't say exactly what the niche is, but they help hire people for a specific industry, and I was able to implement bots, and it's a pretty big company, and I was able to run them parallel to their landing pages, and within a month I was able to drop their customer acquisition down by a third of what the cost was, just by running bots versus a landing page. And it's also great because you can add in pre-qualifying questions if you're trying to get people that have, in terms of recruitment, a certain education level or things like that. Or I do a lot of health and wellness stuff. So if you have a gym, for example, a great thing about bots is that you can ask pre-qualifying questions. So you can add in a question that says, what's your number one goal, fitness goal, and what's your number one challenge? And then all of that information gets sent over to your client in addition to their name, contact information, and all of that, so that you're really setting up your client to hit a home run when they call them and do the follow-up calls, because not only do they have their information, but they also have their goals and challenges. So it makes it a lot easier for your client to actually turn those people into paying customers. And sometimes if you add too many qualifying questions, your cost per acquisition will go up a little bit. But I always feel like if you are, giving them a more qualified lead, then each lead is more valuable to them. So those are a couple of things that I love about using messenger bots. They're also very interactive. People are coming on Facebook not to buy stuff. They're coming on Facebook to interact with people, to have that connection, to look at pictures of their friends and their family. So Messenger kind of extends that experience for them, that it's a much more interactive experience versus a landing page. So, if your bot is built out well, people, kind of have a conversation with it. So I have found great success with that. And at this point, I'm pretty much I'm using bots on all of my clients. So it works in a lot of different niches. There's not really, I haven't found anything that it hasn't worked for yet. So I'm definitely favorable of it. It's also a great way to distinguish yourself. If you are trying, that's part of why I was able to scale my agency so quickly, is because I was doing bots when very few other people were. So I was able to come in with something a little bit different to show businesses versus sort of the traditional methods.
Yeah, that's interesting. As far as running bots, I've actually heard. I guess it was a guy I follow out of Tampa, Florida, Travis Stevenson. He has, I guess, a software that is he's trying to make it equivalent to ManyChat, but ManyChat is pretty much light years ahead.
Yeah.
Because obviously they got more funding and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he actually, the pre-qualifying questions as far as the gyms and everything, actually, that's kind of what he does. He uses bots not just for gyms or anything, but anybody that is going to, that he wants to sign up for his agency, because he runs an agency as well. And he just puts questions in there and sends them out, hooks the bot up to his ads and everything like that. So that's pretty interesting. You said that.
Yeah.
As well.
And you can also do the broadcasts, which are basically like a blast on Messenger. And the great thing about those is you don't have to pay for those. So anyone who has already subscribed to your bot, so, you know, we've been running ads for a long time for a lot of my clients. We have a few thousand subscribers. At any time, we can send a broadcast to those people without having to pay additional ad spend. These are people who have already expressed interest in the business, and we can hit them up with other sales or promos that we're doing. So, you know, if some of my clients are introducing a new service or things like that, we're able to send out a broadcast versus just running ads for it. And that is going to a warm audience. So there's a lot more that you can do on it in terms of building up subscribers. And the open rates are just so much higher than email, where right now emails are getting like 20-25% open rate if it's a great email. You know, Messenger, because it's not oversaturated yet, is like 80 to 100% open rates. Of course, in a year from now, that could be very different if everybody starts using Messenger. But at the moment, it's still new enough that you can have that edge over people. And it's just like a great way to, you know, like I said, distinguish yourself. Also, I see Rob has a very important question. What is my favorite Zac Efron gift?
Yeah, I was going to touch that, but I was trying to actually kind of, you know, be focused at first. I was going back to that question. But
it's
yeah, I don't know.
It's impossible to choose one, but I will drop some in the comments afterwards. I'll show you some of my favorite ones.
Oh yeah, I don't, what's the deal with these gift wars that you know, wars that you and Rob go? I go to random pages, like either I'll go to Andrew Cruise's page or I'll go somewhere, J.R. Revis's page, and then I see just if one of you guys comments, then Rob will comment, you know, with a gift, and you'll come up with a gift. It's like, what in the world's going on? But yeah, that's kind of why I didn't want to. We should have just ended the interview, you know, while we before Rob got on here and made more comments. And actually, now you got my mind thinking as far as running his bots and everything, because now I got like a few questions and stuff. But I guess have you ever heard of Messenger sponsored ads? As far as running any of those, because I know that, that, like I said, Travis Stevenson, he's been running those, and he's getting a lot of, I guess, different what is it, high ROIs from running
so you're talking about the ads that show up in Messenger?
Well, actually, I am talking about somebody that actually has a conversation open with you in Messenger. You can specifically send ads to them.
Yeah,
have you ever heard of that?
It's creepy. Like, so I was like having a conversation with somebody, and I think I said salsa dancing, and for some reason the word salsa triggered an ad, and all of a sudden something popped up that was like, hey, here's the best salsa, like actual like eating salsa. And I was like, that is so creepy. So I haven't used those yet. I think Facebook's still experimenting with them, but there was all this stuff where Messenger is supposed to be encrypted, you know, and you're not supposed to be able to see what's in Messenger. And then of course now we're getting hit with ads based on what we're talking about in Messenger. So I don't know how you have access to run those type of ads. It seems like they're very like, it was like a huge, I forgot, you know, it was like whatever one of the biggest salsa companies was. And then, but I know that like when you're scrolling in Messenger and, you know, in between your chats, you'll get hit with ads in there. So I have experimented with those a little bit, except for you can only use, as of right now, like a single photo in terms of those ads. Whereas like a lot of what I run are carousels and video, because I get better results from those, and those aren't supported in Messenger yet. So I haven't used them a ton, but I've experimented with them some. You know, it's just another placement for ads, really.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then there was another topic that I wanted to touch on as far as running bots, but I don't know. We can discuss that at a later time.
You can hit me with it if it's, you can go ahead.
Well, actually, I forgot. I didn't write it down.
Well, if you think of it, you can drop it in the comments or whatever below.
All right, but yeah, thanks for joining me, Abby. And actually, I guess just kind of a layback. I'm pretty sure you answered this question before, but I mean, I ask everybody as my last question on the interview. If you were to have one superpower, what would it be?
Yeah, for me, it would be being able to be in two places at once, because I always feel like I'm juggling a lot of different things. So
only two places?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably go crazy if it was more than two places. But yeah, if I could duplicate myself or something and do multiple things, so I don't always feel like torn between the projects that I'm doing.
And so I guess the reason why you want to do that is just so, you know, you got a ton of tasks to do and you just want to pretty much just, so.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks so much, Abby, for joining us. Oh, how
Absolutely.
can people? Yeah, how can people reach you?
Yeah, if they want to, you can shoot me a friend request. And if you do, just send me a message and just say like, hey, I saw you in, Mike's group, just so I know where you're coming from. Cause sometimes it's, I don't know where people are coming from and I don't accept the friend request. So, yeah, just shoot me a message. And then, also, if you have any questions that, about bots or whatever, if you're watching this on the replay, you can just drop them in the comments and tag me in them. And then I'll jump back on and respond to people in the comments too.
And I guess what about courses or classes or anything? Or do you
I
have any of those?
Yeah, I'm working on developing that right now. So in the next month or so, I'll probably pop back in here and drop something in the comments for you guys. But I'm working on that right now.
Yeah, apparently somebody's been telling us that they're trying to hold you accountable for making those classes. So I'm not going to
Yeah.
mention that particular person.
I think we all know who you're talking about.
So yeah, so appreciate you joining us, Abby. And like you said, you can
Absolutely.
reach out to her. Just let her know where you're coming from and all that stuff. So we will see you guys on the next one. And just let us know. Shoot, share this with people. I mean, let Abby's face go all over Facebook, so people can reach out there or just in business. She's referral, man. Just tell her who referred. Tell them that you were on the interview, you saw her on my page, whatever. Just tell her, tell them. Just tell them, how I guess just the technicality that she has and what she can do and how she can grow business just by sending them bots and everything like that. But yeah, so I will say actually sign off now, and hope you guys have a wonderful day, and thanks again, Abby, for joining.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
All right. All right. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How you doing? Welcome to SMAA and Entrepreneurs in my group for six figure, how to scale your business for 2 6 figures. I got Antoine on here, and actually I actually kind of had a little technical difficulties. I don't know why it usually happens, right when I'm getting ready to go live. But I mean, my computer's been fine for I don't know ever since I guess the last live. Actually, well, I didn't have too much trouble yesterday, but I know this weekend I had a little trouble with it. But so anyway, we're here live with Anthony Gray, and actually we were talking about the fact that he is actually, still a contractor. And I guess you guys know that, I'm still employed too as well, but that's going to actually end at the end of, this month. But anyway, man, we just wanted to get on here and give you guys some valuable information, how you can actually, well, right now, how you can actually scale a business on the side. And, you can continuously work as an employee. So, I mean, you just have to learn how to segregate your time appropriately. But I wanted to hop on here with Antoine. Actually, the way I found him was he was actually at Funnel Hacking Live, and I saw a video. I think it was while he wasn't actually at the event, but I think he was at a hotel in Nashville, and his video popped on my feed, and I was like, who's this guy right here? And I started looking, at some of his content stuff. I was like, man, I got to interview this guy. And then, we kind of talked. I hopped on a call with him. He actually told me that, he is doing a coaching business. He's a consultant and everything like that. So I just wanted wanted to actually bring him on, give you guys some value, give you guys some knowledge, some information, how you can grow, a coaching business. But I mean, just how you can grow any business. You can take these tactics, principles, and everything like that, and just use these to grow whatever business you are in currently. So I just wanted to reach out to you guys and let you know, just let him hop on here and give you some value. So Antoine, you have the floor. Just give us a little bit about your story. I pretty much gave you an introduction and everything like that. So the floor is yours. Thanks for coming on, joining us, and everything like that, Antoine.
Hey, Mike C, man, I'm honored to be on your show, brother. Since you reached out, and you've been nothing but great. And I got to tap into a little bit of your content, man, putting the value out there. I absolutely love what you're doing, man. And I appreciate you reaching out. It's funny, I actually still was at Funnel Hacking Live when I did that video, and I think it was probably, yeah, when you hopped on, it was my three biggest takeaways from Funnel Hacking Live. So I had actually left the conference, or maybe we were on a break, and I went back to my room. I said, man, I got to do a live. I was just kind of taking some notes and reading through the notes. Figure I hop on and share it, man. It's that's one of my big things is when you get that knowledge, man, just share it, because you never know who else can take it and use it and apply it to their business and to their life and have it make an impact. So, that's one of the reasons I hop on these calls, I hop on these lives, man, and just try to put out as much as possible, So But just a little bit about myself, man. I'm Anton Gray. I call myself the mindset mentor. And my background is varied, man. I've been in and out of a lot of different things, but over the course of the years, consulting has stuck with me. I've been a consultant for 16 plus years, and it's been a great ride. I'm not gonna lie, So I've been able to work in the IT space and help IT departments kind of develop and help them scale processes and help businesses scale past points. And so it's been a good ride, man. And it's one of those things to where my background really as a consultant has always been to just come in and they say, all right, we're here at point A, we want to get to point B. On your mark, get set, go. Right. And then I've got to find out what fires need to be put out, find out where the dots are that need to be connected, find out where the gaps are that need to be filled. And what I found is that entrepreneurship is very similar because I work with aspiring entrepreneurs as well as early set entrepreneurs to help them get clear in their strategy and in what they're trying to do and lay out the process, lay out the groundwork, and then help them get on the road to building whatever it is that they want to build. And a lot of what I do in that revolves around mindset, but I'll kind of come back to that. But to compare it to what I've been doing in the past, man, entrepreneurship is very similar, right? We're all creatives, man. We got a lot going on in our heads, and we want to put it into play. But it's a lot of chaos and it's a lot of overwhelm that comes with it. And so that's why I do what I do. I just absolutely love hopping on with guys like you, man, that are in it, that are doing it, that are willing and ready to make a difference and make an impact and step into greatness. And that's why I love the fact, man, that you're on your way out as well. And to be open and honest and be transparent. I'm one foot in the entrepreneurship world and one foot in the work world as I am a contractor and have some obligations. But it's good too because that's what I work with. I work with aspiring entrepreneurs and 9 to 5ers and help them, build and help them understand that they can build a business even while they're working, right? Because a lot of people, we think that in entrepreneurship, you've got to, and it's a huge part of it to make that jump, right? But at the same time, for some people, myself, I'm married with 4 kids. If I make the jump, man, my wife is going to kill me, right? Until I get us to a point and get the businesses to a point to where they're stable, right? And then early set of businesses, it takes a while to get to that point. It's a lot of challenges, a lot of ups and downs of entrepreneurship, but people sometimes let that deter them from going after what it is that they want. And building that business that they want and writing that book that they want and dropping that podcast, like all of that, you can do both. And that's part of what I do is help people understand that it's possible, and once you get out of your own way, and the sky is the limit.
That's good. That's good. Actually, thanks for joining us, Norma. Thanks for joining us, John. And Norma actually had a question. It looks like Philip joined us. What's going on? And John actually, John says it definitely takes a while to, grow your business. But Norma has a question. She said, "What type of consulting are you doing?" I don't know if you want to get into that. I mean, you kind of. Yeah.
The type of consulting that I'm doing in the 9 to 5 world is IT and business. So I do a lot of IT security type of work, to where I literally help them establish infrastructures and build them out and help bridge the gap between management and the tech teams and all of that. That's the type of consulting that I do. But have also done marketing consulting for real estate agents in the past, and that's more of a side hustle. But it's something that I love doing. For me, the consulting piece of it is really just helping people bridge the gap. Essentially, that's what consultants do. We bridge the gap. So that's the type of consulting I do.
That's pretty good. Now, as far as I know, and Norma said, nice. Thanks for answering the question. And
For sure.
I guess as far as I guess the process of coaching, because obviously, you see a lot of people, especially, we're in the same realm. And actually, I kind of got, I guess, a taste of how Facebook, pretty much does stuff. Because I guess if you're always in, your constant world, and obviously we do a lot of stuff with marketing, you're into click funnels and all that stuff. So Facebook is pretty much catering all of our posts towards, stuff like that. So
Right.
actually the other day at work, I was talking to people about how Facebook Facebook, or how I guess the different posts that they see on their page. And one lady said, I see cat posts all the time. Somebody else says I see baby posts and all that stuff. But in our realm, we pretty much see a lot of people talking about coaching and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people either in my group that want to coach, or they're already coaches, or at least they want to strive for coaches, or maybe they're even looking for a coach. So I guess even in your process and the process that you took as to going and coaching, I mean, you might have always been it because you said right now, you're a consultant. But I mean, if you were to tell a particular person that wants to get into coaching, or maybe is already in coaching, what is I guess, what was one crucial point or crucial process in your, I guess, in your come up and in your journey that should be significant for somebody that wants to go into the coaching world?
To be honest, I think it's really just deciding, or I'll speak from my experience. For me, it was really just deciding who I wanted to help, right? And I really had to kind of dive deep into understanding my skill set, right, and my strengths, and what I could bring to the table. And then I took that and kind of bridge the gap to it, right? Because for me, what I love about, and I think what I've been good at as a consultant, is really coming in, um, identifying gaps, and then helping strategize to get those gaps filled. So it's really, I think, finding what it is that you're good at, what it is that you can be valuable to somebody with, and where you can make the most impact. So, like for me, in instance, I like chaos for some reason, right? I absolutely love chaos. So that's why I work with early entrepreneurs, because one of my strengths is really just starting, right? A lot of what I've done in the past, I've started a lot of things, but I'm not the best at finishing. But when it comes to getting an idea and making sense of it, and clarifying it and mapping it out, that's something that I'm good at. So I had to take that and use that to my benefit, and to use that as my strength and as my difference and impact maker, and it served me pretty well, because now I can talk to different entrepreneurs and really just help them get clear in what they do. And a part of my program, a part of what I do, a lot of it has been a lot of it is focused around mindset. And that's why I talk so much about mindset, because mindset is one of those things where I think it's overlooked. You know what I mean? Like, we hear it, but I think people really don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that the mindset is the reason, or in my particular opinion, I think the mindset is, it's the foundation on which success is built. Point blank. Period. Man, if you look at we can look at all the greats that we study, all in the marketing world, and all the entrepreneurs that are doing it that we see on an everyday basis. It's something different about them, and usually it starts in the mind. So a lot of my program is really just helping people understand that, and because it's a huge part. I mean, I'm pretty sure you understand this as well, right? Making the jump from employment to entrepreneurship it's a huge, it's night and day, right? And until that clicks in somebody's mind, then they'll continue to be stuck, and not have the belief and the faith that it takes, and the armor to be able to take on challenges and move past them. So find what you're good at, find where you can help, get focused on that, and then just share with the world, man. People need you. As a coach, people need you. All right, because I don't really tell people what to do. Right? You think about a world-class athlete. LeBron has a coach, right? His coach doesn't tell him how to play basketball. LeBron knows how to play basketball. His coach just analyzes him and tells him how he can play basketball better, right? And how he can take his game to the next level. And that's essentially what a coach does. So as soon as that coach that's listening to this finds their thing that they're good at, their superpower, their strength, and they start sharing that with people, people need that. So that's what has been on my journey, man.
So, I mean, yeah, you guys need to check out his podcast interview series on Facebook. Actually, I think it's just the interview series. I don't know. Do you have a podcast?
Not yet. It's early set, man. I'm still early on it right now. It's a Facebook live show each and every Wednesday evening at either 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I'm working on getting that content repurposed, turning it into a podcast, posting on YouTube, because folks are starting to ask for the replays and the interviews, and I've got a hell of a lineup coming on, man. So it's been a pretty good ride so far, but it's coming. It's definitely coming.
Yeah, so actually I didn't know the name of his podcast. I saw one of the episodes. I guess I caught it the other night, and it's called A Peace of Mind. and that's pretty interesting. I like the title's got a catchy title and some nice graphics as far as how he advertises and everything like that for the interview. But I do have a particular, and let's see, John says mindset, confidence, and momentum. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Especially I know a lot of people talk about the momentum and everything like that. It's like you need to play off the momentum, and then since obviously Antoine talked about I guess, basketball and everything like that. When you're playing basketball in a game, you got to play off of the momentum. Once momentum, it kind of shifts between back and forth. 'Cause I guess one team could be down, down and out, maybe like by, 20, 30 points or something like that. And, if the other team catches the momentum, they can tie the game and even, overcome the game. So, yeah, that is a big part of it. And obviously, yeah, confidence and mindset, which I think, that's pretty much that kind of plays, hand in hand, pretty much, if you have a, good confidence. And obviously, I think you have a good mindset. With your mind, if you have a good mindset, that's going to, breed you confidence. But, I think as far as confidence and everything, your confidence increases, as far as, experience and everything like that. The more experience that you go through, I think, when you overcome stuff and even maybe even when you fail stuff and then, overcome your failures, I think that's, what helps with your confidence. So, yeah, actually, speaking of confidence, how did you, I guess, develop the confidence to go in and say, well, how do I, because obviously every business, because you say you do, pretty much, business consulting, IT consulting, you say you did, I guess, real estate, marketing, consulting as well, you consulted with them as far as their marketing plans and all that. And then you talked about bridging the gap. So, how do you find, I guess, or how do you bridge a gap with, I guess, different businesses and different, just because obviously, every business has a different problem. And then, every niche has a different problem. So how do you find, I guess, a way to bridge the gap with a particular individual niche or business itself?
To be honest, man, I think it comes back to, what you were just talking about. I think that when you get clear and you strengthen your mindset, well, one, just getting clear in whatever it is that you're facing, right? Understanding the root of it and understanding where you are and understanding where you want to be. Once you get clear in that, then everything else in the middle starts to materialize, right? I'm sorry, it starts to come through, and now you can make a lot more sense of it, right? And I think that we were talking about confidence, and I think that as soon as you really get to the root of where you are and where you want to be, you can get clear in the middle. And once you get clear, clarity brings confidence, right? And like you said, confidence builds that momentum and finding that. So bridging the gap is really just about understanding. I think that's what a lot of people miss, right? We want to get to point B so quick, so fast, right? But until you get in the right frame of mind and understand like the challenges that are going to come along with it and try to head up any problems that might come along with it and understand that it is a journey, then it's going to be hard to get to that point. So bridging the gap really is just about understanding, gaining clarity, clarity in the mission, clarity in the vision, clarity in the purpose. And then when you can do that, I think it becomes easier to lay out the steps A, B, C, and D. Because here's what I say when it comes to goal setting, right? Goal setting is, to me, it's almost like using Google Maps or using some type of navigation system, right? And I think that whenever we use those, we always start with the end in mind, right? We set it in our mind where we want to go. We put the destination in that particular navigation system, and then it gives us a series of steps to work towards, right? And even in there, it allows a little bit of change. You can make a wrong turn, and it doesn't just shut down and say, all right, you're a fool, man. Stop what you're doing. Go back to where you were, right? It recalculates, right? But unfortunately, when it comes to entrepreneurship, sometimes we lose sight of everything in the middle, right? And it's great to start with the end in mind. I think that's the first step to setting any type of goal. But once you have that, now you're able to work your way backwards and kind of reverse engineer it and find out the steps that's going to take to it. Okay, step one, what is it, right? And I think too, another thing with entrepreneurship or just in business in general, it might be a series of 5 steps, and we're focusing on all of them at the same time versus focusing on that first step. Knock that out, have laser focus on that. knock that out, and then move to the next one, right? And just continue through the process until you reach that end goal. Understanding too that you can deviate a little bit from the steps as long as the end goal never changes. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if that was a roundabout way of answering it, but that's how I feel when it comes to bridging the gap.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, well, a roundabout way, but I mean, you just gave me a lot of ideas as far as, just, I guess that was an excellent analogy because even when, like you say, you put in, a destination, on a GPS, but then when you get, if you go off, you take the wrong turn. But the thing is, when you do take a wrong turn, this is just like life itself. When you do
Yep.
take a wrong turn, it's obviously going to take you longer because obviously, they have a pretty much direct destination for you to get there within a specific amount of time. But then if you veer off of that, destination, you can see the time go up because I mean, it's going to take you, longer to get there. And not to say, the fact is you're still going to get there, but it's just going to take
Right.
you in the process. So I mean, that's just the thing, if you got any roadblocks or anything like that in your way, as far as in your life, even though it's fear, but if you go straight through those things, so if you try to avoid it, if you try to avoid anything, as far as anything that you're fearful of or scared of, or, just something that you don't want to deal with in general, it's going to take you longer to get to your destination. So you might as well just go through, the
Mm-hmm.
fear and everything that you don't want to, do. I mean, that's just kind of what I thought about. And then you talked about just, I guess, reverse engineering. And I know you do a lot, with funnels and all that stuff, but that's kind of how they teach you to build funnels. So all of you guys out there that are actually running marketing plans, or even just doing your own marketing in general, online, social media, or just any type of advertising, you got to think, with the end result, in
Yep.
mind, because that's kind of how you build out a funnel when you pretty much say, reverse engineer. Now, and not even just funnel, even when you're doing, marketing on Facebook, you got to think about the particular type of person that you want to market to and then build backwards. That's how you build your landing pages and everything like that. That's how you build your ad copy and everything like that. So that's pretty interesting that, he said, reverse engineer, how he does his coaching and everything like that. And then even, I heard a lot of, actually Rob Quinn talks about this as far as when he's in a sales meeting, he tries to reverse engineer how he's going to actually make that sale. Because it's like, man, it's like the business owner wants to be here. So I have to figure out a way that I can get them there. So I got to work
Right.
backwards and figure out, set up, a step-by-step plan. So that's pretty interesting that you said that just in that one thought, just kind of,
Yeah.
on my
Yeah. Man, Rob Quinn is awesome, man. I love that guy's stuff. I want to meet him one day, man. He's got some great stuff, and he's good at what he does, man. The guy is great. So it's funny you mentioned him, man. I love his stuff. I'm a fan.
Yeah, so I actually just reach out to him. I mean, he's pretty personal, but I know he pretty much got busy. I guess within the last, I guess, couple of months or so. Actually, last few months. So, but I
Yeah.
mean, you still reach out to him. He responds to his his messages on Facebook. Um, but yeah. So I guess as far as I guess in your learning process as being a coach, what was your aha moment where you just said, man, this is finally clicking? I mean, was it a book you read? Was it, a training you watched? Was it a particular person that you follow, just happened to get in contact with? I mean, what was, just the aha moment where it was like, man, I can really do this. I see myself doing this the rest of my life.
Um, it was two aha moments. One was I have a coach, right? Most coaches need coaches too, but I have a business coach, and and the way I'm able to kind of just communicate with him and watch him work, and also be in the process, of being coached and see how it's helping me, that's an aha moment to validate the move, right? Because I mean, for me, consulting and coaching are kind of they're in similar buckets, so it's almost like a natural transition. But being coached allows me to just kind of see that the process is real, the process works, because it's helped me get past some of the points where I get in my own head sometimes, and it's natural. It's natural to feel like that because business is challenging, entrepreneurship is challenging, it's ups and downs, and sometimes it can feel lonely as hell. But it's good to be a part of communities like yours and like others, to have that support. But for me, that was one of the big aha moments when I actually got a coach, and then two was when I actually started working with different students and just seeing them get clear and what they want to do, and to take the plans that we put in place, and helping them with actionable items and seeing them get results. Man, that's one of the most rewarding feelings in the world. I mean, and even for me, man, just my discovery calls. I absolutely love my discovery calls, and I'm pretty sure a lot of coaches probably tell me I'm doing it wrong, because when I sit and chat with folks, man, if I don't have a next block book, I'm gonna talk with them for a while, and I just really like to connect with people. Like for me, it's all about helping people. If I can find a way to help people, even if it's on a discovery call and I don't get paid for it, like I'm still okay with that. You know what I mean? And that's kind of been a part of my mission from day one, is because I can do it in the corporate world and help these businesses build, but it's not as satisfying to me as the helping somebody that has a dream or somebody that's got an idea get clear in it and help them realize, man, it's real, and you can do it, and to help them get that all mapped out and get on the path to accomplishing that, man, that's one of the realest things ever. So those were two of my biggest aha moments in my coaching journey.
So yeah, I mean, you guys out there that are thinking pretty much constantly about, let me make this, amount of money. Let me think about the money. I mean, I hear a lot of entrepreneurs. Yeah, of course, money is the end result, but I mean, obviously, why are you truly doing it? But you just heard the heart of, Anton, where he just pretty much said, he wants to do it, he enjoys seeing the success and the results of the people that, he helps. I mean, so obviously that is, a mindset process where, pretty much if you're constantly thinking about money, then money is pretty much, going to end. I mean, yeah, some people say, money, but I mean, why are you doing what you're doing? I mean, you need to have a specific reason to do what you do. And it needs to, not be monetary, something you can touch, it doesn't necessarily need to be tangible. It can be pretty much, intangible things. So obviously, I think, the intangible lasts longer because obviously, everything, fades away, everything turns back into,
Right.
dust. So, I mean, the situation is, if you have intangible things, that's what lives on. Like you hear about, people talk about legacies and everything like that. That lives on, but the person dies. The person is tangible, but their legacy and everything else like that, is pretty much just that is what continues to live on, the intangible thing. So that's interesting you said that. And then I guess as far as how do you, I mean, if a particular person just said, man, I like what this guy's saying, I like what these guys are doing. How can, get into, how can a person just learn about coaching? I mean, how can you just say, well, I want to be a coach? It's like, what type of things do I need to do in order for me to be a coach? Because I hear all these people, watch all these people. They say, being a coach. I mean, is a coach born, or is a coach made or created, or how can just one particular person that says, man, I just really want to go out and help people. I want to help businesses, but I don't know how to do that. I mean, what would you tell that particular person that, pretty much is thinking that or saying that or actually, wants to do that?
Um, to be honest, I think coaches are both, man. I think some people are natural born leaders and they can come into a space and influence and help people. But I also think it can be developed. And ironically, I think one of the first steps to becoming a coach is to getting a coach. You know what I mean? And to really because it just kind of shortens the learning curve. It helps you learn the process because when you go through something and you're learning from somebody, it's twofold. You're learning to take it and to internalize it and to implement it. But when also, if you're in the mindset that you want to be a coach and you get a coach, now you're learning twofold, not just to internalize it and to implement it, but also to teach it. Right. And it unlocks a completely different level of learning when you actually learn to teach, because it forces you to grab a deeper understanding of the concepts that they're teaching. Right. And I mean, it's for me, my journey started. Well, one, my entrepreneurial journey started when I was 8, man, and that's a long story. I'll tell you one day, or maybe I'll come back on and tell that story. Um, but when I got into the corporate world, I almost felt stuck. So the starting point for my journey was really just diving in and doing personal development, really, diving into myself and understanding what I actually wanted, right? You were just talking about legacy. I started thinking about that type of stuff as I get older, and I've got 4 little monsters. I'm sorry, I mean angels, my kids at home, right? But it just kind of changed things and shifted my perspective. But one of the first things I did was really just started diving into personal development. And then the second thing I did was got a coach, right? And he actually helped me understand that I could be a coach, right? Because he was able to pretty much identify the blind spots that I had, not realizing that I had been coaching for years. right? Just a different style of coaching in the form of consulting. But essentially, it was coming in and helping things get better, helping bridge the gap, helping identifying that type of things. He helped me see that I was good at that and that I actually could help people, right? So those were the two biggest things for me, man, is really just diving in the personal development and having to reset my mind, and then two, getting a coach to study him. And I study him every day. I study all of the things that he does. I study the way he helps people. I study the things that he talks about. It's a thing that they say. I think it was Jim Rohn that I heard this from. He says, if you want success, study success. You want happiness, study happiness. So if you want to be a coach, start studying the other coaches that are in your industry that are doing it. And then, like I said, you just find what you're good at, find what type of impact that you want to make, and start making it, man. And then you'll figure it out along the way. Put that end in mind, and the series of steps, everything, the how will develop itself.
That's interesting. That's interesting you say that. And that pretty much just leads us to our last question here. If you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
Ooh, um, that's a great question, man. If I had one superpower, I think I'd be able to freeze time. I think I would love to be able to freeze time, or manipulate time in some way, right? To where, when I have the moments of bliss, and usually it's with my family, right? If I can just freeze time in that moment to where everything stops, but that particular moment, I think that would be super, super dope, man. Like, like in the movies where everything freezes around, but though the other folks are still moving, that would be my superpower. I would find a way to either freeze time or manipulate time in some form of fashion, man. Because it's once it's gone, it's gone. That's one of my biggest things. That's one of the things I value most is time. Time with my kids, time with my wife, time with my family, and then the time I spend helping people. So it would definitely be something with time. That's a hell of a question, man. I've never even really thought about that, but
Yeah, that's good you say time. 'Cause obviously, time is, pretty crucial. Like we were just talking about, as far as you really can't get, time back. I mean, obviously, yeah. So, I just heard this where somebody said, pretty much once you're born, you already start to die. The very moment that you were born, because I mean, it's certain things on your body, and I had a little debate about this, with a guy at work. But I mean, the significance is, some part of your body is gonna die. If you look at skin cells and everything like that. So I mean, something's dying on your body as soon as you're born. So I mean, you're pretty much born to die. You're born.
yeah,
So I mean, and I mean, ever since when you were a little baby coming right out of the womb, I mean, you're pretty much set forth and dying. It's like, you only have one chance. I just heard somebody say this last night. You only get one life, one chance. I mean, obviously, everybody knows this, but it's just some of the things, pretty much like you were saying, you had to have a coach pull stuff out of you. I mean, it's stuff that is inside of you. It's like you see it because you're already doing it. Well, actually, you really don't see it. I mean, you're just pretty much doing it, but you got to get somebody else, on the outside looking in to, help it pull it out. So, I mean, that's just some of the things, that you just got to hear, people just trigger stuff. Because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I mean, I guess it's just when you hear something, it's like, man, I knew that, but it's like, I really didn't know how to, I guess put it in words or even know that, it was in me. So that's pretty
yeah.
interesting, as far as he said, freeze time. So,
Yeah, I mean, listen. They say I saw a meme. I saw a meme that says, how we say we live once, right? I mean, but the meme said no, you die once, right? But you have the potential to live every day, and so that's one of the things that I saw, and I was like, damn, it was just kind of eye opening, but it's true, and man, every given second, moment, minute of the day, man, if I can take a deep breath, man, I'm just gracious. You know what I mean? And I just try to do my best to exercise gratitude and hold on to those moments and understand that, look, we're put here for a reason, man. And we all got greatness inside of it. So live in that moment, find what it is that you want to do and do it, man. Do it. Don't play with it.
that's true. That's true. You heard him here. That's a good note to end on. And Antoine, how can people reach out to you? Um, I mean,
Um, they,
the best
yeah,
way.
I mean, if you can find me on Facebook, Anton Gray, and reach out, man. Always inbox me. I'm always in there. Or you can visit antongray.com. Or you can shoot me an email. I mean, if you want to go old school, contact at antongray.com. Just reach out, man. I love to talk. I love to just connect with other entrepreneurs, other people that are looking to get on that journey towards that. And if I can help, I'm always here to help, man.
All right, you heard it from Anton. So we appreciate you guys for joining in, and we thank you. Whether you're watching this on the replay, watching on the live, just hashtag coach. Instead of hashtag replay, hashtag live, just hashtag coach. And we thank you guys. What's going on? Dean looks like Dean just joined us, but we're about to head out. Then you have to catch the replay. All right, man. You guys have a good one. Thank you for joining us, Antoine, and. Like I said, reach him out because he has a good interview series going on. You just heard him say that he's going to turn it into a podcast. So be on the lookout for that. Hopefully, he'll send me a link that I can put it back on this post. That way, you guys can get in touch with him and everything like that. So I thank you guys for joining in. And like I said, go check him out. He has a good, good interview series. As far as I guess he interviews a lot of different people, a lot of other business owners, and it's just good to see the fact of just the mindset of a business owner. I know I was on a call with one entrepreneur, and just their mindset is pretty much totally different. Yeah, thanks, John. The hashtag. Thanks for saying. John said it's a great interview. Hashtag coach. But the mindset of a entrepreneur is just different from a normal employee mindset. Pretty much just like he talked about at the beginning of the call. As far as just the mindset, and he's really digging deep into the mindset of entrepreneurs. So, anybody that is actually, a striving entrepreneur or currently an entrepreneur, just thinking about going into entrepreneurship, you need to check out his interview series because he's going deep into the mind of, entrepreneurs. So thanks for joining us, Anton, and have a good day.
Hey, you too, man, Mike. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, you guys have a good one. See you on the next one.